Hello everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech. In today's digital marketplace, providing a seamless online shopping experience is essential for businesses to thrive. SAP Commerce Spartacus is a headless commerce solution that empowers businesses to deliver seamless shopping experiences across various touchpoints, from web to mobile to social media. Studies show that 87% of shoppers begin their product searches online. Understanding SAP Commerce. Spartacus is not just about keeping up with the trends, it's about staying competitive in today's digital marketplace. In this course, we will cover everything you need to know to harness the power of SAP Commerce Spartacus. From its architecture to customization options to best practices for implementation, we have got you covered. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. Agenda 1. What is Spartacus? 2. Technology stack required for Spartacus. 3. Overview of OCC layer. 4. Installation possibilities. 5. Understanding on Swagger API. Let's dive in.
Okay, fine. Yeah, we covered few of the areas like how things works in Spartacus, the need of Spartacus, and what role the current commerce application the SAP Commerce Cloud is being used. I mean, like how we are running on a storefront with respect to accelerators, and how we are migrating to Spartacus, the need of it, and what are all the few touch points everybody and the technical team supposed to know. So those things we have covered on yesterday. So those are all the things. So Spartacus is an Angular-based application. We apply schematics. So the Spartacus schematics on top of the Angular application. So this is an open source library. Okay, so as it meant in the beginning itself, it's only developed as a open source. So we might not expect any surprise from SAP. Like they make it like proprietary for the SAP Commerce as it is intentionally put it as open source. We might be receiving a few of the additional services with respect to the existing features. So coming back to the Spartacus applying on top of the Angular application. So the initial library itself with a limited set of features in earlier versions of Spartacus are being enhanced in the upcoming builds, and we are this current Spartacus stable version is 3.4, and from the beginning short releases have been deployed with respect to accommodating the multiple features available on Spartacus. Okay. So all things have been driven on a very drastic manner, and as it is initially been put it as a open source, and even we can contribute to the existing services which are available in commerce to make them available with respect to Spartacus. Okay. So all these things coming to the picture that we can treat that Spartacus can be independently run irrespective of commerce as a licensed version, right? So we can take that as a open source. That is the roadmap for the Spartacus. And currently we have more of the features available in the current version, and most of the defects with respect to existing services are being handled. But there are other features also are coming up when we see the release notes of Spartacus, right? That's been deployed along with the commerce release notes if you're working on 20.5 or 21, the latest version of commerce. So along with that, services being available in the latest commerce version. the Spartacus release are also been deployed. Okay, that's the plan with respect to Spartacus releases. So Spartacus is an open source library, and it will be released on quarterly basis by accommodating latest commerce features. So this is about how the commerce is commerce and the Spartacus aligns on both ways, and it is 100% API driven. Like all the services are being provided as part of API. Like if you go into the any of the page, okay, either a landing page or any of the page that we go through, all the content is being driven through APIs. So based upon the type of the page or based upon the section that we are looking on and what is the page ID. So if you take any of the content service, right, I mean, like when we fetch the respective page related components, so we pass the page ID. So primarily, so similar fashion, like we have existing couple of strategies available, which will determine what kind of a page it is. Either it is a category page or a product page, or any such kind of a page, or it is a content page. Okay, so primarily content page or a category page, this will be mine. So the page type is one of the criteria. Like based on the type of the page, the respective strategy will be picked up, and the content will be driven through that according to the ID that we pass it. It's a kind of a direction factor. Primarily, it will determine what content it's supposed to display. So it is 100% API driven mechanism, and it is a decoupled. It runs on decoupled architecture. Like if you don't need any of the features for this particular release, or maybe for this particular release style, if you're not going to make available of that particular feature, we keep them inactive. We do that in a or two-way manner. Either we make that particular component disabled in your back office, or we can do that change in the particular component as well. So in both ways we can achieve that. So as it is a completely works on an independent manner, we treat that as a decoupled architecture. And we don't need a I mean, like a full stack uh, developer aware of both of the front end and a back end. So if front end developer can pick up the UI part and do the development. Okay. So we don't need the expertise backend in both of the environments. Like we don't need a full stack developer. And we can go for a frequent deployments, like if you're doing some features, okay, assume if we have, and yesterday we discussed, if we have a few of the features are ready, or maybe the services are ready at the back end, and if we're trying to accommodate those into your Spartacus, so You don't need to deploy all your commerce module along with Spartacus. We can do a frequent releases with respect to Spartacus, as we have already the services are available to serve your the business logic, or maybe the particular banners or whatsoever the CMS content or the logic to drive your business logic and all. So we can go with a module level deployment on a very frequent basis. So once it has been driven through, so we do can connect to multiple environments with the same Spartacus application. But when we are working with the development environment, we're supposed to have the both Spartacus and Commerce running on. Okay, so that is the one of the advantage. Like we can go with the continuous deployments. So this is one of the advantages with the Spartacus. So yesterday we see like so here it is as it is a decoupled from the platform. It means runs on the separate server node. So when we go into the cluster environment, we run the Spartacus module in a separate server where it will handle all the store node requests, and we do can deploy it on a rolling basis. Okay, so that will reduce the lot of time, as Spartacus will take very less amount of time to do deployments. And the structuring, like we are moving to CCV2, right? So the manifest JSON that we have, so it will be like a very limited set of configurations we do put it into the Spartacus deployment. But when we ensure, like when we are doing a deployment in a commerce end, so we have to ensure like all the things, like what are all the import data, we have to keep it. And I mean, with respect to the release indexes and other platform related activities is supposed to ensure, like if something has been added to the particular release on a back office, or maybe a modeling change or any other thing, so that might give an impact to the complete deployment. So in short, so we can go with the short-term short deployments based upon the features available. So earlier I mean from the 1905, right, till the 1905, all the OCC layers are been exposed as a REST v2 services. And from 2005, we do communicate with the OCC as a prefix. So that is one of the things. So it communicates on the platform like only through REST APIs. So the communication point, as it is, we don't have a mock services available, right? Everything is a real-time calls available, like the exposed ones in your server. So we supposed to mock them in a Spartacus level. So why is the Spartacus? So we don't need a back-end developer and a front-end developer has to be aligned on the development of front-end and back-end. So whoever develops that Spartacus, they can primarily focus on the Spartacus and modules, like what are the available service and what we have to achieve from that particular service, and beautify that to the style that to the particular component. Okay, so with the developer, we don't need longer to understand the backend technology. So that is one of the advantage. And so as it is open source, if you see here, right, so all the code which is available at Spartacus, and we can see it here. So the list of components, the stylings, everything. So if you're looking for a quick page styling, the out-of-box provided one, and if you want to override to the custom level, we can get use of that particular structure and override that in our component CSS. So all these component level classes and all will be available as part of the OOTV code base. So we can see that like how we can customize it and all. But this is the Spartacus code base, like where we can get the complete code, like what are all the out-of-box components, what are all the modules available, and all. Okay. So this is so you see here, right, like the complete layer of the Spartacus is decoupled from the existing platform. So if you're consuming some third-party extensions, it is primarily, I mean, like that from the best practice point. So if you're integrating with any of the third-party services, like if you're going with Google Analytics and all are fine. But if you're working on any other third-party integration, you will consume the particular service just to represent few of the high-level information or maybe about some promotional kind of information. Preferably to create a service on your extending your via accelerator web service extension and write your custom extension, and on top of that create your custom SSC mapping and make sure you consume that in your Spartacus. So that way we can have a good control with session management as well as tracking of that request while you're going for the targeted marketing. Okay. If you're implementing some additional tool on top of your solution to target that the number of what you say like the conversion of the customers to the existing orders and all. So such kind of a targeted marketing if you are trying to keep. So in such cases, it will be helpful like to track all these events and all. So better we create for the possible services if you're trying to consume Spartacus. So it publishes a set of libraries. Okay. So yesterday we talked about the libraries. So libraries are like kind of add-ons with respect to Commerce World. Like so, libraries are not inbuilt. So we supposed to add it based upon the need or how we are solutionizing our commerce. For that, we have a set of libraries available on top of the schematics applied. So we will be covering that in the list of libraries available, and we will run through that, like how we can get consume that and all. So with these libraries that we can create a storefront app. So this is something like on top of your existing schematics. Okay, so that is on. So we can customize this application. You can change the styling and adding the features to that. This is something a common thing. Like on top of your adding a libraries to that, we can consume the list of available modules which will provide which will be part of that particular library, and we can customize. We can create a custom components on top of that and override that for the need. Okay, so that is one of the advantages of the Spartacus. Like all these things are like a B2B organization, one of the library. So if you see, so if you see here, right, in integrating the libraries and future libraries. So there are a couple of libraries available. We have ASM module card, CDS, CDC, and product related product configuration, and smart everything like the tracking related B2B organization user. So all these can be applied on top of your schematics. As part of the 2.4, right, like the primary services with respect to all these are already available with respect to product, the tracking and card, ASM. So these things like which are mainly required for the doing transactions to add product to cart and all. So all these are part of the libraries. So if you're looking for some more libraries, we can get added to the existing schematics. That's what like that means. In the single page application in the sense, so we do have a one page, like we don't see the change of the particular page when we do move out of the page, or maybe if you, I mean like specifically doing some action on that particular page. So that is inbuilt feature, like we have a multiple libraries available with respect to Angular, which won't make you to feel like we are navigating from the particular as it is to a binding and all if you're doing such kind of implementation. But as it is completely driven through services, right? So based upon the event that we fire it, so the respective response will be handled and keep it under the respective targeted slot, and based upon the custom component that we create, so that will replace your OOTB component, and all these things will come into picture. Like you won't feel that something taking a longer enough time, or maybe moving out of the page kind of visualization. That's what it meant, single page application. So the progressive web application, right? So there are a couple of features with PWA with respect to if you're going with the different breakpoints, accessing that application into a mobile or maybe any other breakpoint like the tablet version or any other thing. So there are a couple of features like the site will be accommodated to the layout of that particular view, and along with that we get few of the additional features like adding that particular site to the home screen. Like if you add that as a application, so instead of going and typing that particular site, so we can keep it as a shortcut kind of a bookmark kind of a thing, so that eventually will come as a icon on the particular breakpoint. So that will, those are a couple of few of the PWS support features. We don't need to add it specifically, like if you're working on an Angular based, we have to do all the PWA related support and all. By default, Spartacus will do support the PWA. So SPA meaning like it's a single HTML page loaded. So we have a SSR concept also. We'll be covering that in the in coming shortly. So what is SSR and what is how it will be used with respect to performance of the page loading and all. So a single HTML page loads and the rest of the things will be driven by the code with based upon the services, based upon the slots that we choose and the services that have been mapped with that particular components. So it will give a good performance because Spartacus only loads that particular part of the page. Okay. Uh, so when we go to any of the page, like assume if you're going to that this particular page, so the view portion, whatever we are viewing, so that particular components will be primarily rendered. Okay. So which are all the bottom section of the page will be rendered progressively based upon if it comes to the view area. So such kind of features are already been there. Okay. That is one of the advantages of it. Like that is a kind of a performance in performance uh, optimization. We can call it as. So as it is a single page application, all the content through the particular page will be driven through the services, and you don't feel that look something it's been loading for a longer time. Okay. So here is the skeleton of the how SPA works. Like first we load that HTML code, and the rest of things will be driven through the backend services. The reason for why we supposed to go for Spartacus solution is we can create a, modules or maybe a functionality with very shorter amount of time. So if you want to introduce some particular section or maybe some feature, so it takes a very less amount of time with respect to development, and it can be decoupled from the existing model itself, and it can be quickly deployed to the higher environments. Those are all primary advantages of it, and we don't need to completely uh, I mean, like you need to wait for the commerce to be make sure it ready uh, to to deploy both of them. So we can do independent deployment of your Spartacus for the future. Okay. So from the configuration, right, like primarily we have a localization as part of the Spartacus available, like all the labels which are all static contents with respect to the language that when we go to launch any of the storefront, right, primarily we need uh, the the locale and the currency along with the site ID. Those are all prerequisites to launch any of the storefront for the particular region. So in such case, we do localize the labels available on the storefront in the sense like if you're going to any of the PLP, we will have a set result. All static content we do drive through localization. So all the localization, the common properties are already been available as part of assets in the library. So we do, if you are customizing it, we do customize that by changing that particular assets mapping to the your custom in your custom application, and do map that custom assets in your module. So there we can refer all the assets from your custom app. Okay. So if you're writing something there in your custom assets, like so if you're keeping all the localized content for a specific region, if you're adding few more localized locations, like if you're supporting different regions, so we do create separate files for the respective library. So we do mention the a generic notation like what is the region and all these things we ensure like to keep it, and appropriately when you choose that particular locale, so that respective localized content will be placed with respect to the placeholders that we keep it in the page. Okay. So that is one of the concept, like the localization point. This is irrespective of what we are getting from the backend. Like we're getting some specific value from the backend. So that that depends upon the localized content. So apart from that, if you have some labels and all, which is static content, those can be driven with your localization. We have a couple of other things also, like how we are doing custom styling, writing custom styling, and how to write a custom features extending the custom components. I mean, like writing a custom component extending the OOTV components. Like assume if you have a simple responsive banner component available, and for instance, if you want to extend that wherever simple responsive banner component comes, like you want to enrich with few other things on top of it to that simple responsive. So for that case, we do accommodate that, and create your custom component in the place of that particular component. We add our custom component there. The respective HTML will come into picture. Okay. So that is one of the it is extensible wise. It is like how we are styling it, adding a custom features in the sense, I mean, like if you're using a specific service like current card service, or maybe a product service and all. So those things can be used across your components. Okay. And hiding the Spartacus features in the sense like if you are decouple if you want to decouple a particular module, so those things can be achieved by with respect to Spartacus and all. So let us, there are a couple of differences with respect to what do you say, like the accelerator as well as the as we are using the Spartacus. Okay, so primary primarily, so we do use a template structuring, like we take the OOTP template and we do create our custom extension and start writing our code into the custom extension, right? Like your the page level JS or maybe page level CSS and all. So all these things we take it from the uh, template structure. So coming to the other things like upgrading is a little difficult here with respect to a version, like if you want to upgrade or maybe to add a new feature. So we supposed to do a complete commerce setup deployment. So this is the upgrade is difficult. We don't need to upgrade everything, like even complete commerce. We have to make sure that it's supposed to be upgraded. And I mean, like it will take a good amount of time to understand. Okay, and it requires a lot of changes with respect to the code and all. So primarily we do use here as a JSPs and tag files as well as Java at controller level and few of the features like Spring provided one. So these are all features we use it. Coming to the Spartacus, so here we use a framework like we do use a framework with respect to libraries, installing libraries on top of your Angular application. And next thing is upgrading is I mean, like it won't take much time, even if you're doing from the version to version also won't take too much time. Okay, so migration point, even for migration point also it is easy. And primarily we use Angular, okay, here for all our development activities. Okay, what additional we do get is one is a SSR, okay, server side rendering. SEO we get, okay, that is one of the features, like when we are using this particles, and it won't take long enough time to render the page, okay, fast in rendering. So these are all primary differences when we are using accelerator and Spartacus. It has to be deployed along with the so primarily, these are all the, I mean, like the customer, there are a couple of features like OOTP features available, customer facing in the sense what we see, home search, product details, registration, checkout, and order account. So these are all few of the OOTP features with respect to Spartacus. When we install the schematics, right? So all these things are been by default available. Like when we hit that particular port to 00, so we will be landing into the home page. So along with that, we have a search feature available and the product search, and we have a product details when we choose any of the product. Even in a PLP, we have a list of features, like we have sets available. All these things, how do we see like the look and feel of the PLP? All these things are already been available. We search the product details available all with all the product at the classification attributes or all the product reviews, and all the product related details will be available as part of the PDP page. And the registration page, when we move out of the, like when we go to the checkout step, right? So it will ask a prompt for the registration. So all the registration steps will be available. And at the checkout step, like we have a multi-step checkout. So where do we choose the list of options like selecting the delivery address, the payment, everything will be available by default in OOTV. So the orders also, from my account, we can see the list of orders and we can see the account page as well. So these are all primary pages like how the customer viewing it, the user viewing it. Okay. So from the architectural, so it is CMS driven and responsive. And if you're making some change on that smart, those can be accommodated as part of the response of your particular page. So those things also will be part of your response from for that particular service call on the particular page. So we supposed to accommodate that. And another thing is SSR, the server-side rendering, and SEO and routing. Like if you are, or, I mean, like we can create our custom routes using routing module. So there are a few of the prerequisites for while you're creating a routing and all. Like there are a couple of attributes which make sure like we're supposed to send it as part of a mandatory attributes. For example, like if you're accessing a product detail page, we need a product code as a mandatory. So such kind of mandatory attributes you're supposed to ensure passing your custom services or maybe the OOTV services. Okay. So we make them as a mandatory and create our custom routes and the site content and localization as we talked previously about the site content localization, how we are going to, oh, I'm like, get the OTP provider assets to our custom application. We do create our custom localized content for different locales that have been supported for the regions. So all these things can be done through localization concept. So few of the PW features like adding to home, using a responsive design, work cross-browser, works on cross-browser and each page has already cache the first. I mean, like for caching also, we have we have few of the features to do a complete cache of the content and all. So that will be covering okay, in the coming sessions. We have a default loading, indexing the features, and all these PW features are been accommodated by default when we are setting up the application with the PW support. So we have SEO, like it supports the SEO indexing. So for SEO, right, like we need to frame our URLs, make sure it's supposed to be optimized to the SEO enabled. So we do, I mean, what are the encoding content, the encoded content we're supposed to normalize that and we create our custom URL construction and then make it available for the SEO. So that is one of the SEO support, and it is driven through CMS support in Smart Edit. As we discussed, like we have a Smart Edit support as well. Like if you're making some changes on your component, that will be part of your response to, and we're supposed to make sure like we'll be doing it on our on the online version of it, right? So that will eventually come as part of your Spartacus service. The sync mechanism works you will be going through in detail, but in a high level, right? If you're making some change on the content catalog on your existing accelerator provided content catalog of a stage version, we're supposed to make sure that has to be synced to the Spartacus content catalog as well. So that will be taken care by when you run a sync from one catalog to another catalog. So that eventually will be picked up by the services that have been called in your Spartacus module. So it's configure, styling, more and future. So all the SES, the styling related things that we keep it into our component level, like so we have a CSS support, right? So all the stylings, like whatever we keep it at here. So we can create a custom components. We can override the existing components and add features to it. Next thing is it's deployed in scalable. Okay, so it can be deployed independently into CCV2 as we have a separate structure. We can follow for creating deployment. Next thing is there are multiple OOTB features commonly used for the major transactions, like homepage, PLP, PDP, art, and checkout. Art checkout and my account and order history. Can be instance. So we have few of the auto box features. It is fast to deploy, as it's faster to deploy as it is can be deployed quickly. So it is a lightweight component as a library can be deployed quickly. And we have a PW support, SEO, CMS driven. Features. Support SEO. Communities, CMS driven. Okay. So these are all primary highlights of the Spartacus, like why going for Spartacus. This is multiple OTV features for that. So getting back to the other topics, like the solutioning point, I think it is related to the architecture level, like and solution making level. So this is how we can decide, but it depends upon how what all the features and the extensibility of we can accommodate all of the things that we have it in the page to Spartacus end. Okay, primarily, I mean, like the SAP proposal, majorly, if you're going from for a new solutioning, so it is preferably to take headless commerce like the Spartacus flavor. So that has been recommended by SAP folks, like to make that uh, the storefront as a separate module, and coming to the migration point, they're not supporting all the features. Okay, we don't have a separate tool like completely migrate from your accelerator to your Spartacus. We have to do it for a individual pages level. So that is one of the thing. So coming to the, I mean, while we are going into setting up the Spartacus, right? Hope I'm audible. So we go with
You are
setting up and yeah, take care. Yeah. So coming up to the Spartacus, setting up the Spartacus with 20.5. I am currently running on 20.5. Setting up commerce. So the prerequisite stacks are like we need to understand like HTML and CSS, and we need to know like Angular, and we use a build script for all the builds and all. Like we will be using a tool called Add. So that is one of the things that we have to get installed, get it installed, and apart from that, we have to before Add we supposed to have the node installed in the machine. Okay, node even the latest version will do. Okay, so if you're working on Spartacus 2.0, so version 9 will be okay. So when we install that Angular, right? So we will be getting the latest version to make it compatible. We need to downgrade the specific version by giving the version as part of a installation command. So these are all the primary required things. So apart from this is from the Spartacus end, okay. So and coming to the SAP Commerce end, we supposed to have make sure we supposed to have all the initial data ready. Okay, all the initial and sample data and the custom modules. Okay, so if you're writing some custom modules with respect to the OCC layer, so the custom modules has to be there. This is an option where we will be having few of the OOTV provided one, but in case we will be keeping our custom extensions in our code base, right? We're supposed to have our custom OCC layer in place. Okay, for that we need to have custom modules available. hybrid. Okay. So in the, I have downloaded 20.5. So we will be having in the installer, we will having a recipe list of recipes. So for a CX, right? So we have to rename that to any of the name like CX Spartacus or any of the relative name, which primarily meant to keep our Spartacus related extensions installed along with the Spartacus add-on. If you're running on a custom module, right, we don't need this, but if you're working on a development module, like if you want to use any of the OODB features, so then it is primarily necessary. Okay. So
Okay.
what it will have is, so I'll show you that code also. Maybe we'll get to understand like what is there inside that build script. So once we unpack it and once we rename it and command that particular extension in your Spartacus sample add-on. So we have to install that recipe using the below and to install this. Here it is. 618 articles. Once you install that, right? So we need to run the initialization. Use the below command to install initialization system with sample data. Running command 7 sufficient for both installing the recipe and setting up the initial. So initial data setup, it will take some time when we run an initialization. So make sure like node in the node, like make sure you choose the right set of extensions needed for the commerce solution. That will issue setting up the store. Okay. Yeah, correct. So for that, right, I think let's see. Okay. You don't need to download. You can keep it as part of the. There is a. I'll give you the path also. Okay, that is a primary thing. Download and the URL set that as path variable in the system. I think if you're using Mac, right, you can use the bash profile. you update that with Java Home. If you are using Windows, that you can keep it as part of an environment variable. In the bash profile, right, to your existing paths, like in my, let me show you my, so here you can download, I mean, like for specific thing, I mean, like based upon the machine and all. But it's Windows 64, yeah, you can download it. So that will something that will look like. So let me
Okay.
finish off the commerce and then we'll go to the Spartacus. So with this, your server will be up and running with all the initial data setup. So now we have to run few of the what do you say, like we need to create the authorization tokens. When we go to, not sure, like my back office not up and running, my commerce. Okay, so I'll be making it up. So what you have to do, we need to create auth tokens for the request that we have to allow from the Spartacus end to the commerce end. For that, we will be having an Impex here. We have a OAuth client. So we do communicate from Spartacus to Hybris using OAuth tokens. Okay. So 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 here is the OCC credentials import. Spartacus uses REST API calls to get the information from the backend and make changes in the backend. To do this, we need a config. So I think whoever works in the OCC layer, they might aware of it. So client secret and client ID are primary requisite for creating an authorization token. Okay, so from the front end team, right? This is not that much important, but to establish a connection between your Spartacus and commerce, right? This is a prerequisite. So once you run that, we will be seeing the both clients, the mobile and client side is a role client for mobile Android. This is the one. So
Anand,
using this, so if you see, right, setting up that, so we have a list of catalog imports itself. Okay. So technically, what it will do, it will import the all the sample data, like which are all required. If you take electronic store, power tools, or apparel store. Okay, so we run on the electronic store. Okay, if the catalog type is any of these three things, so the creating of the catalog version will be done. And content catalog, if you see, this is the one of the step. Okay, so what it will do is, so as I said previously, all your staged content catalog. I mean, like if you're running on apparel, or maybe your custom content catalog, custom store content catalog, we do sync it to the Spartacus content catalog. Okay, and from there Spartacus content catalog stage, we run it to the online version. So if you go into the back office also, for the content catalog, the structuring will be the similar way. Your store related content catalog will be there. Your sync job will be connected from your stage to the Spartacus content catalog stage. If you're trying to sync from your store related content catalog, you'll be seeing two target items. One is your Spartacus, one is your store online. Okay, store staged and sorry, the Spartacus staged and the store online. Both of them will appear when you try to sync from back office. Okay, so the objective of this particular extension is you need to set it up everything. So these are all required. Okay, so till here, right, till 6 and 7, even, yes, till 7th step, we achieved all the data setup of your Spartacus. I mean, like Spartacus in the sense, all your commerce setup, or like all the product related information, content related information are been created and indexed to the right target versions, where Spartacus will consume from that target versions. Is that, does that make I mean, like, is it clear, Vamsi?
Yeah, so we are doing this for getting the sample data for Spartacus, and we'll consume the data from the Spartacus. Okay, that's the thing.
Yeah, the same, I mean, like all the product data and all, yeah, we make it available to the Spartacus catalogs.
Oh,
So here, if you see, right, so we sync from the, I mean, this add-on itself will do sync from this stage to this particular one. Okay. So in your custom solutioning, right, so all these things will be there. So your catalog sync job will be already determined. You don't need to do it actually. So as it is already, I mean, you'll be having all the separate extension to take care of all these things, the initial data import and the delta imports and all. But for a fresh setup, right, this is required. So after we set it up, right, then we need to make sure our commerce running, and then we here till here, right, we make that data setup ready, and we make the server active. Now we are establishing connection between Spartacus and Commerce. Use the what token to establish a connection between. So once we run this, right, we could able to create a connection in between the.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary purpose of SAP Commerce Spartacus? Option A, content management. Option B, mobile app development. Option C, headless commerce solution. Option D, enterprise resource planning. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to master SAP Commerce Spartacus? Our course is here to guide you step by step. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP Commerce Spartacus, your ultimate toolkit for managing supplies efficiently. From ensuring we have enough products to getting them where they need to go, we've got you covered. Our course covers everything you need from the basics to advanced techniques. Crafted by seasoned experts, you're learning from the best. Your instructors are seasoned pros, ready to support your learning journey and address any queries you have. And guess what? Our students love it too. Real people, just like you, have found our course incredibly helpful. Best of all, it's affordable. Quality learning that won't break the bank. Keen to become a SAP Commerce Spartacus Pro? Sign up now on our page. For more details, head over to ZaranTech's website.
This is the password client secret in the password here. Mhm. We could able to connect from the Spartacus to the Commerce. Okay. We'll set it on for this. Okay.
where we have to run this one, Anand?
Okay. I think I thought of putting that. It's run the index. Go to JSON. Okay. Include this one also. And then index import. Go to console tab and then go to index import. So here all the Impex related information, like if you want to load any of the data, right? So we do this console to import any of the data to the SAP Commerce. Okay. Okay, you can see this once the import is successful. You can see the below entries. You can see the entries in the back office. Search for system in the back office. All clients. All the all clients created. Okay. Okay, this is from the back. Once you log in, right, you'll be seeing at the left side, we'll be having a search box here. There you can search with OAuth clients or maybe with system. You can directly navigate from system OAuth clients from OAuth. Okay, so these entries will start appearing. Okay, so as we see, like we once we set up this commerce, okay, so we will be having the till the step. Okay, once we complete this step 8, right? By this time, our commerce will be ready. Okay, based upon on the existing, what to say, like all the setting of the data and all, we can access the HSE and all from using these URLs. Like HSE is this electronic store. This is for the accelerator provided storefront URL. So that will also be available. So if you go to the, let me start my commerce. Okay. So I have all the extensions active. So maybe it will take 10 minutes of time for me to get this server up before, I mean, like we can see how we can get all the URLs access. Okay, so for smart edit and even for back office, electronic store. So don't comment any of the extensions in the build.gradle of your clone of CX, right? So we do clone the particular CX extension. So here we in the installer, right? So if you don't comment all these sites, the storefronts will be available, like your apparel store, electronic, and apparel. Three of them will be accessible with respect to the site ID. Okay, so here all the catalogs will be also synced, like in the websites, we will be seeing all this information. So here, let's see, let's stop it. Once the setup is done, you can access all the ODB storefronts from electronics. We have one power tools. Yeah, the three of them we can access it. Okay. These URLs are this back office URL and HSC are important. With other things, I don't think. It is not necessary because we won't access that anymore, right? Just to see like for testing of your storefront is up and active, you can use that, but it's no longer needed when we are working on it. Okay, so once we run it, we'll be having that, and then before it starts, right? So once the OAuth token is created, right, we can see whether the token is getting generated or not. This is primarily to test it whether your particular client secret and all running properly. How to verify the OAuth client has been successful. Okay, so we have a call command like this kind of testing your particular OAuth client by this, if you see this one, right, this is the authorization auth token. So this is the request URL. For that, we are passing the client ID as mobile Android and secret as secret. So that has been part of our index that we have imported, like in the document. I think we kept that for our mobile Android. If you see that, like authorization code, this is client secret, client credentials. We have a basic authentication. This is the secret actually. That is the password. Okay, so we need to keep that as part of the secret is nothing but the password. Okay, and what is the client ID? If you pass both of them for this particular URL with post, we will be seeing the token generated. Okay, access token. So primarily this will be the output for it. So the objective of this is like whether the particular auth token that we're creating, it's getting the token generating or not. So this is the uh, primary thing, like once you're communicating with Spartacus, we need to establish this connection. If you don't provide this secret and all, it will prompt for the, required lack of authorized to this, not privileged to this access to this URL. We need to pass that, okay? We need to pass the uh, credentials like client ID and secret. Let's see, once the use the call command from terminal. Let's see the configure client what token for the transactions. What client ID? This is what client ID. We need the secret. So it is asking for the adding that extension to the your Chrome, but you can run it from the terminal as well. My it's not still up and running. It's the reason for this. Yeah, here if you run this right, you'll be seeing the token and all like similar kind of structure, the auth token and all. So you can use this auth token in your payload also, like if you're using Postman, right? So here we will be having the different kinds of authorization tokens. Like if you're trying to access any of the URLs. So as you saw, right, like let me show you. So from Postman also you can hit that. For that you just need to keep the particular URL as this and put as post. If you run this one, you'll be seeing that response. Even from the Postman, you can try it again, either from the terminal or from the Postman. Okay, coming to the other thing, like we need to have a few of the prerequisites from Spartacus point. The node has to be version 12, and npm will be on 6. Okay. One is a node. And the second thing is we need to have npm. Six X and learn and it's 1.22. I think this is an and 1.22 is the latest version. You don't see any challenge like if you're using latest version of this is for mobile Android and the client side. So these two are the pods we have created using that. So here is the callback URL. So going back to other things like how do we, so till here we are clear, right? Like how we can create the Spartacus add-on and then we do set up this commerce. So we can get started with the Spartacus setup. So for that we have to, I think yesterday I mentioned few of the points here. So first we have to download and install the node. So node would be like a 12 version or maybe 12.x. That would be preferable. So I think we'll be having that. So the URL is same what we saw yesterday. So here from here we can download that. So here is the 14 version. So we can go for the. We need to down. we need to downgrade that to the 12.x version. Okay. Downgrade the node version. Node.x. Is below. And here we can check the node, which version is installed. And once we install, right, ARM, we can, yesterday we saw, right, we can install, we need to install ARM. So the latest version would be install the global version. So that will install the latest version of ARM. So once we install the once we install the node as well as ARM, right, we need to install the Angular version. So Angular CLI, you can use npm install Angular CLI. So probably that will install the. I'm having an Angular version, 10.10. Angular CLI is 9.1.5. So what I downgrade that to when you install it, right? It will be set up to the latest version. So I have to uninstall that to before get installed. We can use this command Angular CLI, Angular/CLI with npm. So you can get the Angular latest version. For that, one more command we have to run Angular @v9. So that we install the ninth version of Angular to as an Angular version. Okay. So let me do that. Use the command. Angular CLI. Install the latest version of Angular. And downgrade CLI version 2. So we have Angular. First thing we install the node and then we install ARM and then we install the Angular. So we have to create the new Angular application now. Okay, so we'll be using the Visual Studio Code for code editor. We use this code. Enable So when we go to the actual Spartacus code, right, we will be seeing the list of extensions available, which will primarily to support the Spartacus related plugins. I'll show you that. Maybe we can update that to get the plugins installed. It is installed by default. Install the plugins. Done. Let me go over this Spartacus folders. Maybe we can quickly see here. So there will be one .ws code. So there we can find the. So once you launch it, by default itself will pop up the list of plugins. Okay, so install the plugins required for the folder for in the launch.json. So let me go to the let me create that one. Maybe you can see that. So we show this front there. Once we launch, it will pop the list of plugins required. So it has a hidden field like use the command code dot to launch it. The Visual Studio Code. So plugins are already been installed, I think, in my VS Code, but that's hence it's not popping up. So what those plugins are primarily for? One is about node related debugging the schematics. One is about launching the Chrome, and storefront. One is a node attaching the node to the particular Spartacus module. Okay. So we run all these things from the terminal from here. So use the terminal. So I have my yarn installed. So I set up the application also will be setting up. So this is required just to initially add the list of plugins. We have an extension. This one also. To create this one also. So here the recommendations will come here like so prettier and all. So these are all Angular language support and all. So by default, if you operate, so that will be installed. Like you can use this list. Maybe that will launch the list of required extensions by default. Let me do this extension. Yes, create a file. Well, this is a reference where you can cross-check that maybe if you see any challenge. So till here we installed the required softwares and we downgraded to the respective target version. Like only one thing we have to do, like two things. One is about your node supposed to be running on 12, and then you have to downgrade the Angular CLI version to the 9. We need to do both of them, and we can create a sample Angular application, and then we apply the Angular the Spartacus schematics on top of it. Okay. I think hope everybody, I mean, like working on the Spartacus and they aware of VS Code, right? Now the installation, how do we launch and all. Not working that primarily. So using the code dot, you can launch it, or you can launch it and give the root directory of your work directory. So to launch the code, so that will similarly like even in the like when we are deploying to the production environment, also you will be seeing the same structure for your Spartacus module. Okay, you will be having SRC node modules and between. So your SRC is similar kind of structure will be there. There will not be any change. Like, so one file will be getting added, like that is called manifest JSON for this jQuery based application deployment. So here it will prompt like we need a Angular routing, just press yes to get the Angular features. So this will take a few minutes of time, and like it will set up the complete structure of Angular code base. And it will install the respective libraries into the particular package. So we have the package installed. It will be like so we get all the Angular structure here. So we have an app and all. We have app module TS. Everything gets created. Now we have to add the Spartacus schematics on top of it. So for that we need to add this command like ng add. Like any of the libraries we are trying to add, and we will be running through with ng add. Okay. So use the command ng add Spartacus PWS. This is to enable the PW and SSR support. Right? If you type hyphen SSR related features will be. Okay, so you have to move to the package that we have created, the Angular project, and then run this command. So it will install all the required libraries here, like if you see the Spartacus course, Spartacus storefront, styles, and yeah, these are all primarily where we will be seeing all the Spartacus services and modules in the Spartacus core. Okay. So we have a support of I18 also, I18 mix. So that will be altogether a new module. add schematics in the application. Okay, so run the below command to install this. So if you're doing a 3.4 setup, right, by the time it installs the list of libraries here, like Spartacus store, these are all primary kind of a core libraries. With 3.4, we'll be seeing list of choice boxes to select the list of additional libraries if you try to install it. So by the time of updating the schematics itself, like you'll be seeing a different option for 3.4. It's supposed to have a 10.2 as an Angular version. This is about the complete setup of this. So step 3, we install the Angular version. And this is about checking your versions. This is your step 4. After we set up the styling and this is step 5. Create an Angular project, and then step 6 is this. So now we have everything ready. Like we can start the server. So let me open the code. Like let me open my app module. So here if you see, like by default we are mapped with the base URL prefixes 9002 and the rest with V2. Like if you're using 1905, right? We are using 1905 formats. The service mapping will be slash test for 2005 services are mapped with mapping slash OCC. So here we have to change that to OCC as my 2005 is running in my local commerce. So that is the one change we have to make it, and just start this. So initial build will take a few minutes, or maybe less than few minutes. Okay, but all the succeeding changes will won't take that much of time. It will refresh all offline. Yeah.
Instead of yarn start, we can put that npm start also, right?
Yeah, and even ng server will also do. Seems like another process running on the same port, so I just kill that one, the process ID. So now it start compiling. So you see, this is only like when we run the dance, yeah, right, it runs the end user. So we have to write the path variables also, like what all the custom path variables we're supposed to set it. In the context, we are setting the GPU's currency, right? So what are the URL parameters? We have to mention that we update in the URL parameters here. Okay. So whatever changes if you're doing like with respect to the routing or maybe adding additional features like adding icon package, or there are a couple of OOTP features like adding icons like apart from your CSS, right? So if you try to add any of the icons kind of such libraries, so it has a limited set of icons, but if you want to use that, we introduce that as part of the storefront module. Okay, so all these things we will be adding into our storefront module, and then use those as part of our component level. So in the code base, like probably you can set this way, but I'm not 100% sure because I searched for a couple of components which are not available in the code base. And the earlier URL, like they have a GitHub URL to represent all the component level HTMLs and the respective component TSS. So there to cross check like what all the services been injected and all. So those are not active now. So I've requested in the respective Spartacus portal to get some help around that to understand few of the additional services where the card recalculation happens, how this being taken care and all. But I still have to hear from the core Spartacus team. Okay. So you can use this URL. Maybe you can go to file, search for the particular component like uh, save dot list component HTML. So here you will be able to see probably this way I think you can get some help, but I'm not 100% guarantee that you'll be getting all the components. So the content pages, like we won't maintain all the content here, right? All the actions we are going to handle it. And if you are trying to render some dynamic content on that particular slot, so in the OOTP provided one, we've override that particular section. Like we have an outlets concept where we can completely take out that section with your custom service. So we have a list of services available at Spartacus and also like sex service, product service, card service and all. So that will take the current context and give you the respective product related information, or maybe the card related, like is the card is active, what are the list of card entries, like how in the commerce end we do use, right, the card service. So where do we get all the card related information? Similar way, in Spartacus also we can get use of that. We can drive the logic like based upon the select or maybe adding the product card, or maybe by the time of termination like updating of card. So we have a couple of event services also. On events also we can trigger the logic to make some call to backend and do the business operation. We won't completely create a static HTML site, so we will be creating a dynamic content. For that, we are not using Spartacus to manage all the content related. So we do operations on a storefront like in an accelerator, right? What we are primarily doing, we are doing some restructuring, adding classes, filing and adding events to that, and in your JavaScript tag, right? Like a list of our libraries, we put it on the JSS that we use specific to the page and all. So similar way, we use this one. Yeah. We can create one sample HTML, static HTML also. I'll show you like how can we create, how do we get push that content, like maybe use that service and render that content and all. Okay. So instead of using the backend provider one, on a caller basis, like if you make a call to the existing OTV Spartacus provides services, get the content of the customer or maybe the respective card and display the logic and all. So we can create them. So if I search for the home page, right? So there will be three cat. Okay. So if you see like the Spartacus electronic store also is having a home page, as well as electronic store is also having a home page. Okay. So that's the thing. Like if you run a catalog version, this is a stage version of electronic catalog. So if you hit that sync, right, you'll be seeing the target version is one is about electronic content catalog. The second one is Spartacus Electronics. So these are all two target content catalogs mapped to the electronic Spartacus content catalog. So primarily when you're running on accelerator, right, you'll be seeing only this particular catalog. I mean, like, we get the point, like how the catalog structuring is there. Product catalog will remain same. Like if you see electronic store, we'll be having only one product catalog, but content catalog will be different. They manage all the content into Spartacus Electronic. So if you go to catalog versions, and if I go to product catalog, this is online. Let me go to stage version. So we'll be having only one target, the electronic product catalog. Content will be managed across the Spartacus as well as accelerator. I don't think you'll be using that accelerator target version. You'll be seeing only one thing, your Spartacus content catalog as well as traffic catalog. If you're managing both of them, right, like if your solution is serving both a few of the pages from Spartacus, few of the pages from this, then you'll be having that kind of structure. But if you're using one solution of Spartacus, you'll be having only one content catalog. The target will be only one. Or maybe some slot is not active, you can come here and maybe you can check for that particular Spartacus the sync is not happened. Or those kind of fundamental things maybe you can cross check. Like for example, I'm opening the apparel, not relatively to Spartacus, but this should have, okay, for this particular page, right? You have a few of the slots. Okay, that's section 4 homepage. Yeah, so WCMS page, right? So you can search accordingly. Maybe that particular area, if you maybe go through, that will help to understand how a response is constructed. Instead of going, I mean, there is no need of going to each concept of it, but this gives you some understanding how pages will be rendered. Maybe give you the API response based upon page ID. So this is the electronic Spartacus that I have given as a base site ID. So my site ID itself will be Spartacus only, like electronic Spartacus. You will be seeing that in your site configuration of back office. Okay. So here in the 4002 we are representing, we can add the site ID also here. Okay. So we'll see that topic later, but I'm just referring to one of the URL. Is the lightweight service, which will give you the list of responses like in your checkout, right? While you're registering for registering as a user, you'll be selecting the titles, right? So that is a service. The same thing you can achieve using Postman also. So this is the actual request and response. So if you give the site ID and click on execute, let me see any other. This is the languages of it. And for this particular site, right? So at site level, we will configure the list of languages, supported languages. Here is a uh, DE, Chinese and English. So these are a few of the, lightweight services. But while you're passing to any of the cart related, you're supposed to pass the cart ID as well as the base site ID. Okay, which are these are mandatory things like to determine the business logic and the backend, like to fetch your response respectively. Even for the, while we are filing a query to particular API, so in Spartacus itself, there are few determinations which are all mandatory, like for category code, product code, order, 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 order is all details, order ID. Such kind of mandatory mappings are already there. If you're routing something, if you want to add some custom routings and all, so those things are primarily to ensure. We'll see that actually in the coming sessions. You'll be seeing multiple features like store finder and all in your accelerator provided, but not in the Spartacus one. Spartacus will be like a mini cart and all, user, my account. So all these things will come here. This store finder feature. Store finder is a additional library. Maybe that will, I think that is supported in the latest version of Spartacus. Now OOT. I need to add it separately. So there are multiple storefronts which are active. Like I'll show you one of the maybe, there is one storefront. This particular storefront is developed on Spartacus only. So I think you might be aware of it, but we see the structuring and all. They customize this home page with the rest to replacing the respective components. If you go to network, you will be seeing that. So here if you see, right, this particular call with page labeler ID, home page and page status. This same OOTP features have been customized to the need. Okay. So here you will be seeing the respective content slot and all. So all these slots have been customized, okay, as per the design. But primarily the skeleton of this storefront is being driven through the OTP services. Okay. Okay. So if you go to any of the category page, just maybe you can check it. You'll understand like how these content pages have been driven. Like go to PLP and all. You go to, so you'll not be seeing all the header navigations. We have moved to the multi-step checkout flow. All these things are being driven through Spartacus APIs and OOTB commerce APIs. We can cross-check like that till what level we can customize it to understand like how this is done. You want to check any of the components and all. But OOTB will be the right way, like if you're working on any of the things, like you can get started with how to do the overriding of custom components and all. Just for reference, I called out that there will be many actually which are running on Spartacus. A few of them are B2B, like maybe you won't have access to that, right? So that is one of the B2C storefront that I've seen. Let us go to the app module and we will see like how we can add the URL parameters to that existing one. Okay, so this is our newly created store. So here we have a currency and language, right? If you want to include any of the other parameters, like we will having a base site. Okay. So if you see in the Spartacus, you will be having this electronic Spartacus. So this is a base site name actually. So if you see, we name the sense ID technically UID. So that we configure as part of the URL parameter. For that, we have a set of defined attributes. Like if you need to put it as a base site, and they keep the site ID here to make that active. And we have to pass that as part of a URL parameter. So this is the URL parameters. One is we have to pass the base site name. So if you see right now, it started appearing like the defaulted currency as well as the language with respect to current site. Like if you try to activate like any of the, so you'll be seeing this with the page not found. So why we are seeing this header and footer even though we don't have it is because. So we will be having a page that's basically to serve the error pages. Okay, those error pages also will be having the default error page will also be having the header and footer. So those will be added as part of page guards. Okay. Customize the URL parameter. Use the attribute URL parameter and pass the required attributes like base site ID, the language, and currency. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary technology stack used in Spartacus? Option A, Java and Spring Boot. Option B, React and TypeScript. Option C, Angular and JavaScript. Option D, Vue.js and Node.js. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to master SAP Commerce Spartacus? Our course is here to guide you step by step. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP Commerce Spartacus, your ultimate toolkit for managing supplies efficiently. From ensuring we have enough products to getting them where they need to go, we've got you covered. Our course covers everything you need from the basics to advanced techniques. Crafted by seasoned experts, you're learning from the best. Your instructors are seasoned pros, ready to support your learning journey and address any queries you have. And guess what? Our students love it too. Real people, just like you, have found our course incredibly helpful. Best of all, it's affordable. Quality learning that won't break the bank. Keen to become a SAP Commerce Spartacus Pro? Sign up now on our page. For more details, head over to ZaranTech's website.
In the app module, module.ts. Section of context. Context structure. Context and the parameters. Last one. This is a section of context. I think this is something we're supposed to add. And pass them to the URL. Yes. For example, we are passing page site ID, right? So here is the context section in the app module of your. Site. Yes. Yes. This is about the change on the app module. This, new, new URL parameter. Storefront. So this is about how we can do changes on the URL parameter. If you don't define that URL parameter in your app module, right, by default it will fall back to the OOTB, like the Spartacus default. We have a URL mappings like English and the particular language, the USD. So those that will be taken up by default when we install these particles, right? We have seen currency and language as USD and yen. So that will be mapped actually. So hence, until unless we define a URL parameters, we won't see the you won't see the respective modifications that we have done in our app module. So this is a mandatory thing. Like if you're changing some, adding some additional attributes, so that has to be added here. Okay, so even we can add our custom this thing also, right? We can add a custom names to the URL parameters as well. Okay. So let me show you like how. So let me go to the storefront. All the subsiding transactions will be appended with the modifications only. If we go to cart page, then let's proceed. All these things will be having that mapping. This is about registration. We have seen the service, right? One of the miscellaneous service. So this is where like it will be called. So here is the multi-step flow. Like we will be having all the payment method, shipping address, delivery mode, payment detail, and review order. So in our commerce, right, when we are developing a multi-step flow, we will be writing all the steps in the multi-step check. So what are the prerequisites? Whether those are being validated or not, and whether those validations are passed, we allow them to go to the next step. Similar way, in Spartacus, we have a couple of page guards like uh, whether the payment method is success or not, whether the delivery address is filled or not. Okay, such kind of page guards are there, which will do the similar kind of validation how we are doing it at the back end, like in multi-step checkout, right? So those have been converted into page guards and are provided. So, I see like I read somewhere like they discontinued using Bootstrap for give the class clash and all. Maybe that has been not in by default. Maybe that is maybe it's choice of based upon the need. Okay, that's what I read a long back about the Bootstrap. Okay. So this is about the list of delivery methods available. And we have a payment section also. Like for payment also, we have a prerequisite set delivery mode. Okay. Let me show you that. Okay. We'll be covering that in the coming session about the section. So we will be having a different set of page guard for checkout step also. Let me do that. Let me check that one. I'll give you the page guard maybe. So primarily that will check whether the delivery mode information is updated or not, like kind of validation. So once we get in here, right? So here is a test card. Okay, so this is the order review page. So this is the order confirmation. Okay. So all the orders you can check it from the order history. see job is created. It's supposed to be in the responsive order history. We pass the account ID. So let me see the reason for not appearing. Object. So I think we have to pass the step of fraud check possibly. I think when we checked at the fraud checks action, right, we don't see that order coming up like now. We could able to, after this sourcing is done, we are able to start seeing that order. Okay. So once we place immediately, we think it's taking enough time to get the order. Let me see the reason for it. We are only passing current orders. This is not passing the user. We're passing users current orders. somewhere. They believe me, this is a get call because by this one. This is ready reply. Already get it from him. This is for fetching the orders which are with some status is cancelled. Statuses we have to pass it. I think this is not the one actually. This is the one with the number of orders. We need, irrespective of status, we have to fetch that orders actually. Currently, this one orders. User is current. No, not this one. Not this is for the guest checkout. This is for getting the code. All the status will be shipped to We don't see the code appearing. Results. Looking for page. So by default, whatever the authentication stream. We see that okay, but primarily this been called like we don't see immediately when we place an order, like it went through a couple of steps in the order process, and we could able to see that in the listing of orders in the order history. Okay, so from here you can go to the order details and cancel the item, the canceling quantity and all. So all these are been a part of the libraries available. Like we don't need to install it. So all these cancellations and creating a returns also will be part of OOTV. So those are being provided as part of services. You just click on continue and submit this request. If you submit, it will create come into the return request part. Service request. So it is already been cancelled, has been completely cancelled. So status has been moved to cancelled. Like the fulfillment is done, right? The DO is done, delivery order is created. So then we can create a written order for it. Okay, this is the complete flow with respect to creating a order. I'm like creating a user and creating the order. So let us continue the routing. Okay, so I mean like so the reason for routing is like if you are trying to add any of the additional parameters, you go to the storefront and click on any of the product page, right? You will be seeing the product related information here. The address bar, like we have a product and this product, this is the ACK E2 is the product code. This would be probably the category code. This is the product code and this is the manufacturer, I think, basically. If you want to customize such kind of URL parameters, if you want to include something specifically to product related description to the URL and all, we can do that right by creating a routing module. For that, we have to create a custom routing module in our Angular, in our Spartacus application, and then add our custom routings there by overriding the OOTB routings. Okay, for product routing, for products also, you'll be having a routing, right? Like here, if you see in the commerce, you'll be seeing a /p in the address bar, but here we are seeing the product, right? So similar way, like this is the static content. The product is a static content. We keep the placeholder for this particular as colon product code. Okay. I'll show you that OTB code for this one. Model. Routing. So this is actually routes. Then one place will mention all the product related. Yeah, you asked for one of the search box related thing, like we will be having here. This is one of the search box service, like you see get result, clear result, get solution result, set solutions. All these are existing functions available. Like when we are overriding it, right? We are supposed to override this particular class, and we need to pass the search config. If you go into the search config, this is the search config, right? So, okay, yeah, just a quick thing, like maybe in the core module, right, you see the routing service. Here are the list of services available. So we'll add a few of the, we'll customize few of the routings, like we'll create a module for it, and then we apply our custom routings on it. So what we are going to do with the custom routing is we are going to change the URL of the products, like if we, as we have mentioned, right, if we try to change any of the product related mappings, like if you want to access any of the URL with your custom code, right? So in such case, we will be changing the routing module. Okay, here we have to create a custom routing module. Open the one. Yeah. So here if you see, right, we have a couple of, these are all the existing paths, like assume if you put a config module, so in the config module, we would be able to see the list of routes, okay, for a products or a category or CMS component for everything. So what we have to do in our custom routing module, we have to mention the routing as structuring, like this is the path to find the respective product code. Like if you use this config, okay, so we have to keep everything into the define it as a routing config with a config module. So here what we have done is, so we kept the, we restructured the, okay, what we have done is we kept electronics and RRS with the product code to access the storefront with the product with the this particular prefix. Okay, want to add any of the URL parameters in your custom product detail page, right? You would be doing adding this text like any of the content with respect to URL parameters, like the path parameters. If you want to keep it, like you have to override this with respect to products. Okay, here is the product code is a mandatory attribute. That's what I try to mention yesterday. So here is the product code. Without product code, we cannot access it. So the routing module, right? This is the routing module we will be including to do the routes. Okay, so let's start the server. We'll see this, the URL of the product detail page. So here this is the custom module, right, that I have created. So I need to add that to my existing module. So now the same PDP URL is broken. So if you, similar way, like if you want to customize this particular structure of this URL parameter, like if you want to include any of the product description or product name, only the product name, not the description. So in such cases, we will be using this existing routes. Okay. So this is the existing route to route the product page. This is the product code right here. We keep the name. So we will be having the so with this I think we could not able to access it, but so the product code is something related to the code of the particular product. Okay. So there will be a manufacturer name also. Let me show you where we can append that to the existing parameter. So all these product codes and all will be part of the existing required parameters. Okay, let me try to. So there will be one more attribute called manufacturer name. So we can append any of the URL parameter if you want to customize that to read it in your mappings, right? So if you want to pass something, you can construct this way. You can define the attribute similar to a product code. So this product code will be populated from the okay, let me go to our custom module. So if you are creating a component, right, then we will be able to see the product set service and all. Okay, where we can find the list of the current. Let me create one custom product module. So if you see, this is one of the OTP provided search service, okay, where we pass the required attributes in the search parameters. Like once you start typing, so we will be firing a query to this particular service by passing the, I mean, we have to construct the search config. Okay. In the search config, we will be having three attributes: page size, what is the current page, and what is the sort code. Okay, so if you go to the product search page, right? So there will be a list of attributes here. Okay, one is about primarily we have to say, let me. So here is the different sorts we have. So I mean, like while we are passing any of the sorts, right? Like if you want to or do based sorting about the relevance or from the based upon the top rating or a price. So whatever the OTB sortings or maybe the custom sortings available, so that will be part of your sort query. Like when you find something like so this query will be constructed, and these are all the terms. Okay, so along with that, we can pass the sorting logic also. This is the set term. This is about products and non-average rating, brilliant options, pricing. Sorts are default. Okay, so by default it will be taken based upon a relevance. Okay, but in case if you want to sort it based upon the top rating, like we have a list of sortings, right? All the OTB sorts will work actually. So whatever we pass it, right? Like so we have a yeah, solar sort. Yeah. We have a few of the sortings like relevance, top rated, name ascending, and name descending. So all these sorts we have to all available like whatever custom. So that can be part of your set query request. I will show you that. So it is going as a default, but that will eventually pull the respective default sorting that will be based upon relevance. But if you want to customize it also, you can do that by, for that we have to create a custom search module and then we have to write it. But in the, if you go back, right, so let me go to the product search service. Okay, this is one of the service we have. I think it is active cart service. Okay. So this will give you the list of information like what is your cart having. Okay. So assume if your cart is having a list of products, if you want to do operation on it, okay, what are the operations? I mean, like by taking the product code, or maybe if you want to display something with respect to determining the logic based upon the product code, or if you want to fire, we have one more module to the HTTP entity. We use it, and other than that, we have a OCC endpoint service also there, which will eventually construct a URL for your endpoint with the required parameters. And that we will pass it as part of the RESTful entity. Like if you are firing a query to the backend to get the data, like if you're into one page on a specific component, you want to make a call to the backend and fetch that information. So in such case, right, in your custom component, we will be injecting the services to access that and use that into the particular component. Okay, either the model, we add that, we determine the constants and use that into your component HTML that we render it as part of our model. Okay. So such kind of operations, if you want to do some I mean like use the OOTB features like the cart related. So we have a active cart with, I mean get the active cart ID, and so there will be one more method is stable. Okay, so is stable in the sense if some operation is happening, like assume you made an operation with respect to the adding product to cart, okay, in the back end, what there are a list of operations will happen, right? Like in commerce, the price calculation will be already done. The promotion evaluation and all will be done when we are moving to the cart page. All these things, the cart recalculation will happen when you update any cart or a line item or update the cart with a quantity. So those things will happen. So to check whether the cart is stable or not, we use this particular one. So this is the IATN module. So here we will be seeing, I mean like all the translation related things will be available. Like here, if you see that there is a pipe called a translate pipe. So this will take that particular key, okay, and give you the respective translation of it. Okay. So if you are writing your custom component, right? So in your custom module, it will be including this IITN as a module. And in the, let me go back to the component that we have. Yeah, this is the actual notation we have to use it to read the particular translation. Yeah, card details, not card name. So this is the one. So the respective local and all, we will keep it as part of a normalized URL. That's a configuration. So that we will be doing it at that's a common for all the locales. But if you're supporting any other locales, okay, so then we're supposed to maintain everything here. So if you copy that, change it for D or maybe Chinese.
So
Yeah, I got it. Like the tool, maybe you customized it according to the maybe based upon some following some standard. I think you pick the AEN and you translate, you construct the same keys and value. Then, but here we have to do manually. So if you have a very large number of sets, there will be few of the more than 3,000 localized properties will be there. Like, based upon the transaction, like if you're working on quotations and all, you'll be having more. So in such cases, these things will be helpful, the tools and all. But as of we have it actually. So these are all the few of the services. There will be multiple like product search and all like cart. Even we have a order related OCC. We'll be listing them. Maybe we'll go through one after another, and we'll create few of the modules. Okay. So we will create one static page like and we do push the content to it, and then we'll see like how we can keep the header and footer, how the guards will work to construct it. We'll join back in 10 minutes. Is that okay? So let us create one static page like, I mean like if you want to use any of the services, like we have a product search active card service or any of the OOTP services, the current product services, we can see like how the data will be flowing. I mean like if you are trying to make a call to the existing service, how we can get use the data. So let's keep on. So here in the okay, I created one of the static module. Okay, so there inside that I created one of the static component. So here we need to define the static routes, and that we need to use it. Like for that we have to define a static route as static route, and here we define the routes like for all the components. If you are trying to override any of the OTP also, or which is customized one or anything, we will be doing it in our custom routes. So here we define all the routes. Okay. So what we are doing, like we are going to use any of the, like for example, we have a custom card services, right? Like let us inject the card service, like okay, card service. So we get the active card service, okay, from here, like let us define one more variable, order entry, and do observable. So this is the order entry data, like where we can get the list of order entries from the, I mean the cart entries. We put that as an order entry. So this is about we will be having all the order entry like the cart entry related information, base price, entry number, product, what is the quantity and all. So the card will be having more than one. So we are observing this collection here. Okay, so here we call the active card service. Okay, active card service dot entries. So here we will be getting the order entries. Okay, for the list of whatever we have. Like as if we add a product, this is the static page. Okay, in the custom module, we need to map that to our the static page has to be picked up, right? So here we define the path for it. Okay. So path is a static page, and we will be having a page guard like can activate. So this page guard with this, right? Without this, what will happen is we will be able to see only the static HTML. Okay, so if I go back, add my static module to my app module. Let me go back to my routes module level. So we define the component, okay, and then if we take out this can activate page data, we'll be seeing the static HTML. So like, so all the content which we put it in the component HTML, right? So that will pick up. So if you want to use like the header and footer, like the page related structuring, so we need to add it. All the page labels and all will be coming from the data only. Like if you define a data, so if you want to define a page label, okay, page label as consume card. Okay, so if you define that one, so card related label will come here. Shopping cart, like so page label we keep it anything like product detail. I mean when you go to the back office, right, you'll be seeing list of page labels. You can find it in the page, but probably the name of the particular page. Okay, so if you give a card, that respective label will appear here of your Spartacus content catalog. So here we are rendering few of the static content. Okay, so let me. So we injected one of the service, right, the current cards and all. So let me go here, find this one. So here I define this particular one, and I want to render as a JSON. Okay, so see, because I have async here. So that's the object. I mean, like for that particular card, right? You would be able to get the card related information. Okay. So if you want to keep use of this information on any of the component, like assume we are into a cart model, and once I mean here we were not seeing anything. Like if you go to the PLP, so if you fire an event on pick up that event, we are popping up this model, right? So in such case, like if you want to get any of the existing cart, like if you want to show this item is already in your cart, okay, this quantity, the quantity was updated. And this is the response, but on click of this one, so like if you update this quantity, so as you're in the same model, maybe this is rendering same. Like if you want to cross check the existing cart and you return the response like add this particular service to your existing cart, or such kind of a customization if you want to do, or anything, any service related, you would be firing such models on updating of this event. And in your component, right, the responsive component, you will be using that service response. Okay. So here, this is about current card service. So you will be getting, if you want to override the complete cart, right, we're supposed to use the mapping, the path with in our custom model. If you use this as a card. So the card the cart URL was overridden with our custom static page. Okay. If you have any such kind of a pages, if you want, so when you hit on the path, it will be redirected to your custom component. Okay. So if you want to override any of the existing component also, we do define here like what is the component, and in the when we define the config module, we have a different. I mean, if you go to the routing, so what we have defined here is we define that different routes for the products. Okay, so here like we can put multiple routes also, like if you want to ABC and all, like, so the highest one, the first one will be taken to what is say consideration. Okay, we have a product. I think I haven't included this module. Let me add it. Yeah, if you see here, right, we can add multiple. So I added ABC to the existing route. So, or with the config, like with multiple mappings available in my product paths, okay? So if you have that, fine. Like assume we have a product name, if you want to append to that URL, just for the SEO purpose, we can write a multiple paths to navigate to the product detail. So this is how we can maintain multiple paths. So here the config module, we have customized our routes with the routings. Okay. For the routes, we went to the product and path. Okay. So if you want to customize your components and all, we need to use the CMS components. Okay. We have a products here, right? Like a similar way, we'll be having a CMS component where we will replace the OOTP component with our custom component. For example, let me, okay, so going back to this one. So we have an active card service, right? Like assume if you want to product, if you want to access the, so if you see this OCC endpoint URL, okay, this is also needed like while you're making a call to any of the external service. Okay, I'll show you this. So we have a get the endpoint, so get the URL for it, and we can construct the URL also, like with the constructor of OCC config and a base set service. So in the OCC config, right, we need to mention the parameters. Like this is where like we in the OCC config in my app module, right, the one that I've shared initially. It's the base site and prefix. Okay, those two are coming from here only. Okay, so we need to. So here in this we have a OCC backend OCC, right? So those will be picked up from the OCC config. So we'll be having a HTTP entity also. So where we can file any of the query like the post request and all. So with this OCC service, right, we could able to construct the OCC call URL, and then with the help of OODB, I mean like the HTTP entity, you can call a backend service. So if you want to do something like changes on the current product name, so we have current product name. So we need to cast it to the product. So if you want to like check whether the particular component is having a value or not, that thing we can write it with the ng if, okay, checking that particular variable having the value or not. So if you define that product related, let me, the current product service, right? We whatever we injected in our custom component here. So that will fetch if we are into the current product related product service we have. For product service, we supposed to pass the product code. Okay, we have to pass the product code.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a key benefit of using Spartacus in an SAP Commerce implementation? Option A, improved search engine optimization, SEO. Option B, reduced development time and costs. Option C, seamless integration with SAP S4HANA. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to master SAP Commerce Spartacus? Our course is here to guide you step by step. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP Commerce Spartacus, your ultimate toolkit for managing supplies efficiently. From ensuring we have enough products to getting them where they need to go, we've got you covered. Our course covers everything you need from the basics to advanced techniques. Crafted by seasoned experts, you're learning from the best. Your instructors are seasoned pros, ready to support your learning journey and address any queries you have. And guess what? Our students love it too. Real people, just like you, have found our course incredibly helpful. Best of all, it's affordable, quality learning that won't break the bank. Keen to become a SAP Commerce Spartacus Pro? Sign up now on our page. For more details, head over to ZaranTech's website.
Such as loading, reload. Let us use this product service to get the product related information. So by default, the product object already available. So we subscribe that to that response and use it as part of the input of this one. So in your rest, and like while you're constructing it, right, while you're subscribing it, we need to pass this product ID to get the other product related information to this product service so that we can get it. So, but in PLP, right, if you're doing some changes with respect to PLP, you'll be able to see the current product service, okay? So the product information will be available. This is about, so how to create the static page with any of the services. So this is the path actually. So if you define any of the data, right? No, this is from your actual service only, right? If you go to the cart total, the formatted value, this is for the base price, right? No, what will happen? The page label is, okay, I'll show you that one. Just now I'm moving there. If you go to WC pages, right? So here we will be having the cart page. So this is for the online I'm picking. So here we will be having this your shopping cart, right? So I'm just updating that page label, okay, page title, nothing but the title, okay. So that will be picked up actually. That's from the respective cart related module. So what we're trying here is for this particular cart, the data has to be the page label has to be from the cart related respective mapping. You got it. This is actually like if you go to the cart page, right? What we're doing is we are mapping the cart page with our static component. So all the content in the cart page will be replaced with our static component logic. So if whatever we are doing here, right? So accordingly, it will construct, and that will render your how do we construct the HTML of your component. So going back, okay, so let me go to so if you see like the cart itself, if you even if you hit the mini cart icon, let me go. So that will eventually pick your custom component. And this label, whatever we are keeping it, that's supposed to be relatively your page label. So I kept it just to get that. I don't have a static page, right? Because it is static page, I don't have it at the back end. So that's the reason I kept it as a cart page. But in case if you are defining, right, so you're supposed to have this structure. It's supposed to be static page. So header and footer will never change, or the maybe you will be adding some restrictions to it, right? To these links and all. Like for some cases, you will be showing a minimal set of links. Let me find any of the footer, like any of the component in that. You can see like what can accordingly based upon the component ID, right? You can override that one, your custom component. At least the specific alone will also do. Like for example, let us do one thing about existing CMS banner components. Okay, what we will do is we will create one. Okay, let us. We have a list of banner components right in the starting page. So if you see, all these are simple responsive banner components. So let us do create one custom component. There we will override the banner components. Maybe that way will that be okay? Like similar way we can find the respective footer component. I'm directly overriding the complete banner component. Maybe you can pick the respective responsive component. So this is the so if you see this right, adding, okay, if you want to add a specific content, like assume if you want to replace this particular section with your custom uh, uh, custom icon, or maybe the logo of which you put it in your assets, like we have a assets location in this, right? So we have in here we have assets. So here if you manage all the icons, right? So then if you want to replace this with that respective icon, your custom icon, we have to use this service, like, and add the outlet here. And here is the outlet position. So where do we define the uh, like the slot ID, the position ID, like whether it is a so in this outlet will be the, if you see the UA location are represented by a string. But what do we do? Like assume if you want to replace this, you will be having one slot here, right? Let me take a, so assume if it is this one. So if you see the NG reflect position, this is a mini card, okay? This is a site logo, or this is a search box. Similar way you will be having for this particular recipe also. Yeah, this is site logo, right? So here in this particular use, while you are using a outlet service, you have to define. We need to pass this as a site logo and define the position, like outlet option, or whether you want to keep it at something around like before or after of this particular site logo, or you want to completely replace with your custom logic. So using this, you can like you can customize this page. Irrespective, you don't need to I mean like rely on the backend response. You can make a, if you want to spend scroll some banners and all by fetching up from some I mean like any of the location, the media location. you can get that and replace it with your custom logic. So for that, we need two things we need to ensure. Like one is the actual slot name and what is the position. So if you pass both of them right, you will be able to see that. Yeah, you got it. Like these two things we need to ensure. Make sure your component ready with your logic. We have to pass the what you say, the custom component, and while constructing the outlet service, we need to create with that particular component only, with the component factory, while creating an instance of outlet service, and then use this site logo. Like we have bottom header. Let me see this. So here is the bottom header. Not sure what is entering there. Okay, there is a separate slot here. Okay, wherever we are looking, so we can use that outlet service and create your custom content. Yeah. Replace it with your custom content. And apart from it, we have to know like what is the slot and component also. Like what is the component it is coming. Assume if you want to customize the specific component, right? Like we will be having in the, this is a position. A position will have a multiple, like we are replacing a slot of site logo. Probably we'll have only one content against that. But if you're going to any cart page, okay, so this is the order totals. So if we go here, so everything will be put it as this is the order summary. Yeah, if you see this is center right content slot, right?
Right.
Yeah, if you keep this, it will completely replace that. Okay, but inside this one, right? So there will be a lot of components available. Like we don't know, like we probably will be customizing a specific section only. Like all this slot, whatever the data, there might be from different services we can fetch it. Not only this is primarily from your card service only. What is the total and what is the discount? Everything will be fetched from active card service. You get the current card, you get the current totals and all. But for some of the components, you might fetch from a different services, right? In such case, the components will be different, okay, in the same slot. So in such, we should not apply the outlets in such case. We need to customize our components. So if you're constructing in header, right, like how you're going to do that? So is it something been driven through Angular? Like, so assume you have a something business has to change a specific logo, or maybe some other if they want to add any of the content on the top bar, like just a kind of a promotion going on in the coming days. In such case, right, how we are going to handle that? I got your point. Like we never use this layout for sure. And if you are constructing a storefront, right? So this is a complete header section, okay, header slot, and you will be having a, the slot will be common for even you for your development also, right? What is here we are doing is we are just representing the uh, like in the header bar we are representing, one is about local and the currency, and second one is find your store, contact us. Okay, if you don't need it in your custom styling, so you will be overriding with that particular component. Okay, so you're no longer able to see those features. Okay, and coming to the other thing, the site logo and all, those will be part of your service response. Okay, so those will be positioned at your component level. If I go to site logo, so there will be a banner actually. So for site logo also there will be a component. So that component you can override it to replace it. Similar fashion, like if you want to include it, if you don't need everything, so you can start taking up the components, you write your custom component and use it. Maybe I can give you some example on the home page, or maybe some customization. You'll get to know like how can we do that. That is no longer needed, right? You can take out back office like the particular component, the site logo. So the taking out, I mean, that will be part of the response of any of the content slot on the right. So if you go into the, like, let me show you one thing. Let the business has to take care of it, like what is required and all. But assume if we take this particular request to the content slot of PDP. So here we are getting the header slot, right? Header link, site logo slot, okay. So here we have the component as a site logo. Okay, here is the component ID. So let us take this as a component. Okay. Let me go to my, so this is for our custom routing module. Okay. So in the custom routing module, what I'm going to do, I'm going to write a custom component. Okay. I want to replace that with my custom code. So for that we have to use the config module with config, and we do replace here, like we have to CMS, we do define CMS components inside this one. What is the actual component name is a site logo component, right? So that is we are replacing with our what is it? We have a static page component. Static page component. Let me see. This is so here if you see like product intro component, I'm overriding this one. Okay. So if it's supposed to work for site logo also. So if you are overriding, okay, I just override this particular part, like similar way, we can override the other areas also. So here we have to write your CMS components with what is the source of the component and what is the target component. Okay. Yeah, you have to use these components for your this particular slot. I mean, this section, whatever coming up, right? We can replace that with your custom thing.
Yeah. Okay, means first we need to identify the actual component name, and then we add our custom component here.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. So here, if you see, right, we have to get to know what is the actual component name. We have a product spec delivery tab. These are all also delivery tab and all are separate components, right? The bottom we have, right, shipping and all. So those are content coming from the backend. So this is the delivery tab. Let me see if we can able to replace it. That's the ID. Basically, it's supposed to replace with our custom content. Yeah, we have to inspect and find what is the exact component ID, and then use the CMS config to replace it. But we should use this way only, like not the other way, like we have used to replace the site logo and all, right? Using a outlet service and all. Writing a custom module, and they in your custom component, right? You will be writing the product set service. So we will be covering the product sets service related customization probably tomorrow. Yeah, I can give you some background on how to make a call, and if you are customizing the relevance and all, like the sorting option also. So by default it is available, but if you want to, in by default you have to make it on based of top rated and what is the number of results has to come and all. We can customize the product set service. For that we have to write your sets config to accommodate that. So Probably I haven't taken much notes today. We have seen one is the how to use the outlets we have covered and how to use the custom routing and how to override the components and how to create the static pages. Those four things I'll make note of them and share across them. Yeah, I have to make note of this also, right? Like what all the changes I have to make. Yeah, I haven't noted, right? And so I'm just going through the code only, like how to make it and all. We'll make a note of them. And so here is the topic about outlets. What is the use of it? I mean and what are the best ways we can use the outlet? Okay, so by using, let me show you that. So we now let's get started. Like we have a custom pages, right? Like in the home page and all. If you want to replace any of the OTP one with your custom component, like for example, we have a list of banner components in the home page. So if you want to replace it with your custom component, with your custom styling and all, so let us go and create one component. Okay. So I'm creating one module for responsive banner component, responsive banner, custom, responsive. Simple responsive banner is a component that we're going to override it. Okay. So once we have a banner created here, so we have a simple responsive banner component. Here we have to write our custom logic to override the ODB component. Okay. So let me go to my module. So here we have to import the config module. So here is the CMS components. We have to define and what we're doing is we are overriding simple responsive banner component. Okay, so with our custom component as static page component. So it's supposed to be as a config module. So here we define your simple responsive banner with the static page component that we have created. Okay. So in such case, like if you have some common banner component, if you want to add a few more styling or maybe to customize that kind of a banner. Okay, so in such case we can, I mean like the dynamic content, if you want to get it run across the transactions, then we have to create a custom component by replacing with a simple responsive. So that wherever we use that simple responsive, that will be replaced with your custom component in that case. The component module has, it's supposed to be simple. This one actually this is being picked up by our custom component. It's supposed to be simple responsive banner component. That's the actual component name, like the OOTV one. Keep it as custom. That will be easy for understanding. So module name. So wherever we are using the simple responsive, all the places will be replaced with your whatever custom component that we are referring. Okay. In such case, like if you were making a call to the backend to get some product related or any other information with the OOTP services, we will be adding that logic into our custom component. Like we are referring to the static component, right? So there we are going to inject that and get use of them in your custom components. So we have gone through the outlet module and all right yesterday. So let us do some exercise on the custom searching, like how we can create your what do you say, if you want to introduce a new mechanism, like if you want to add some of the preferences, what is the maximum number of products that's supposed to be a part of your search result and all. Like we have to override a few of the things, like while we are requesting here, right? If you type something like canon, so we will be getting few of the products list here. So the requesting of a number of products and what are the number of suggestions also. So there will be altogether a different call for each of the event for the list of products it will be different. For the list of suggestions it will be different. On top of that, we have to send what is the sorting order and all. So that is the one more part we have to make sure, like what is the page size and what is the sort code. So how we can do that and all, you can see. So this one, right, if you see, I think we have seen it before. Okay, this is your existing code, like we will be fetching based upon your respective facade or maybe a service call to populate all your responses with the product data. You engage your in the bean class with respective populators and all. So you add everything to your model and then you'll be either returning to the direct URL, like here we are directly passing the cart slash expand gradient cart. Okay, so this is another page altogether, or you'll be redirecting to some specific page also, right? You'll be loading a page with page ID and all. You'll be using some page service and all, CMS site service, CMS component service or something. There will be there. You have to pass that page ID. So here, if you see, right, we have store CMS page in model, set up metadata in the content. Okay, I think these two things will do all your job. Like if you're not redirecting the specific URL, we supposed to get the page related information and pass it. So here everything store CMS page title in model. So this will resolve your content page and send it. Okay, this particular view get me. So this will render your page, right? But in other case, like if you open any of the page controller, so here we are returning the there is one utility we created, and then we created a bean with a list of DTOs. Like we have a content slots and all. If you go inside that, there will be content slot DTO. So if you see, right, like we have some data URL. This is not exactly the same component, but whatever we are seeing in the home page, right? So all these things will be rendered with this HTML only. So that respective component will, okay, let me open this component here. So here if you see, right, this dot component, we are reading that particular data and we are passing to the particular HTML of that component. So you're talking about how we are communicating, but all these things through OCC only, like we make a call to the respective controller, we will be getting the response in the form of JSON. So in that respective component that on that particular, whatever the component that we're sending from the JSON, so that will be picked up in the Angular, the Spartacus component, and that will render the specific logic. So in case of overriding it, we need to create one custom component, and then with CMS components, all the components will be residing in our CMS components only. Like if you want to override any of the component, it has to be within the CMS components. Or in the total page level, like how many components are rendering, all this will be rendered through this CMS component with CMS config. So that will be in the Spartacus only. Like we need to make in the component level. We need to inject the needed modules and then use those component level provided tags or maybe the pipes. So we have to provide as part of the response of any of the service call, either a part of the existing page level, component level, what do you say, while we are passing the page and all, right? And the dynamic content also should flow from the back end to front end, and then in Spartacus we need to handle it. That's the kind of a placeholder we can keep it. So that particular part will be driven through that, but other things like, but it can be of a separate module also, like based upon in the backend we write a separate service to provide this particular functionality or to provide the response for this particular functionality. So that will be invoked on clicking on a specific event, or maybe in such case like, and the data will be like it's not a, what you say, like it's not very formatted, right? We'll be sending the raw data based upon the locale that we choose it. So that thing will be styled here, and as well as it will not be a specific component also, right? It can be a combination of multiple things. We show it in that particular model, or maybe in a specific area. That is common across on all the pages, right? We have to pass that content URL, like assume the banner URL as part of any of the service response, right? So that link component will be part of your response feed. So that will be, again, we will be consuming it as part of the in a custom component. So we get use of the subscribe to that response of that service. Okay. If you in the CMS service, right, we have a get current page, you see. So the complete page related information, it will be there. What is the, if you see, if I go here, right? Okay, so from the front end point, it will be like very flexible. I mean, like when you used to the list of modules, right? You decouple that, so it will be very easy. Like the backend team only and focus like what is the service and what we have to update in that particular videos. Okay, so and we are limited to that, and the front end point, right? So they will be calling out like against particular event what we are looking and whether it is part of any of the service or not. So such kind of that will be kind of writing an interface only. So we're supposed to get the page information here. So here like we have to call this particular service to get the components. Okay. So, and we have to subscribe to that to put it into our define a constant there, and we get to use that banner here. So that will be coming as a what you say, like URL itself. Okay, so there we will define it if it is a B2B unit specific, right? So in the backend itself, by the time it will determine, it will get the respective right links and all, right? So that will be kept it as a placeholder here. So let us, I mean, like, let's see like how we can customize the search part. So let us create one service for that. So why we need a service is we need to override few of the OTP search box component service. Like we have one. So here we have to extend the OTP class. So that would be search box component service. Okay, there here we will get all the services. We saw that, right? We have a search and search config. So if you want to, we have to override this to access the OOTP service. We need to we need to pass few of the OOTP classes, like we have a set service, like let me go here. So here if you see, to create an instance of this, we have a few of the services we have to inject it. So we have to make sure, like in our code also, we need to define that at constructor level. Copy this one and then we go to the, let's define a constructor. Okay. We have to.
So whenever you have a class B extends A, so if you want to do anything on your own class, so first we call, but yeah, if there is a requirement only, we'll call it. But generally we will call the super method, or if you want to do some functionality in the, and then later you want to call super, that also can be done. So super is just a similar method, yes, a constructor you're calling in the,
And next one is, if you want to allow this many number of characters, like do fire a search query only in case of required number of characters in the. So in such case, right, if you, in the config level, like searchbox config, we have a few of the attributes called min characters before request. Okay. So which will be primarily the length of the query. So we're supposed to define it. Okay, either we can define as a constant as well. Like if you are, if you want to define a constant, like assume, what I'm doing is config dot before request is 1, okay, or maybe 3. So I initialize that request value to 3. So from the fourth character, like whatever the condition that we write, minimum characters length is not empty. The query dot length is less than or equal to the config dot particular one. So then what we are doing is we can just directly return it. Okay. So this will not do any of the fire of the Sora search query. Okay. Let me introduce this module to our, this is the custom search module, right? Let me add to the existing module. So in this particular module, we have to define our custom service as a provider, okay? So then the providers, we have to replace OOTB search with the custom search. So there we will define a kind of aliasing. This is the search box component service, right? For this, use the class or whatever we have created, this one, the custom search service. So in case of search box component service, our service will be called, okay? So this is how, if you want to override the OOTB, what they say, any of the functions, right? We have to pass that as, so create a service for it. You extend it with in your custom service, create a provider and define a provider, what is the service that you are going to use, and what is the class that you are overriding with. Yeah, that's all. Like what you can all the other things, like wherever we are using other functions in the OOTP service, like in the search box component, we are primarily using the search, right? So this is the method that we are overriding it. So if you want to override the get results, so these will remain as is. So this will be called from the super only. If we know like NPM module, I don't see like that can be searchable. Okay, so we have to go through the code only, like what is the component that is being used to render that logic. This is a model class, but similar way like any of the service implementations and all, we can search it. So that is a feature, but here we can directly go to the Spartacus. So here, this is the source code actually. Spartacus library, storefront library, and we have SRC. All the events will be residing at home. I mean, like cart related events and there. Here in the, so if you see that we are seeing the number of characters and all, right? We could not able to fire any query. Okay.
Yeah.
So till here we could able to go in, like our custom service is being called and we could able to override them. So this is the one of the key like display products or not, that will be coming as true in case if we pass this condition. If we return from here, like the length is not matching with the minimum length that we have configured. So we come out of this and we won't show any result. Like that is been passed and like this condition becomes false. Then we will go to the next step and display products that will be true. Okay. So that is a config by default to true. And here we need to, so there will be a set service, right? Here we have to use the set service and pass the query. Okay. Along with that, we have to pass the page size. Page size can be picked up from the config. Okay. So we have at config level, config in the sense we have a set box config, right? So here we have a
Yeah.
page size. Okay. That will be maximum number of products. Okay. Here, how many number of products we have to define? We define that from the constant here, config of maximum products. And here we have a one more attribute called sort code. So these sortings, like we saw last time, like list of sortings available on the set template, right? Top rated. So not sure what is actually. So till 3 characters we are not firing. From the fourth character we are firing a query. So here we define a default set of product result size as a 5. Okay, that's the ODB provided one. Like if you want to define more, then you can do it. So if you see that names have been on a ascending format, that's what we see. Like let me go and change the ordering and all. Put the top rated. So order will be changed based upon if you go into the PDP. So you'll be seeing that this is the top rated product. Okay. So similarly, what are those sortings we have at solar level? So those will be, I mean, like it's kind of calling the same solar query with the required attribute. This is for the default. I mean, like this is for the default sorting. Like whatever we put it in the backend, that will be override with the one that we pass it. So in case if you need more number of products, right, just define this with maybe 7 or something. So that will eventually pick more number of results. So I think you see 7. Yeah. So we have a suggestions also. This is how like we can get the list of products and all. Okay. We can find that in the Swagger itself, like, and like it is something not classified as that way, like with the search and all, based upon the PLP or that's based upon products, and like based upon the type, I think they categorized. So maybe if you go to this products controller, that's how I find it actually. It has the products mentioned such as available facet sorting. Yeah, these sortings and all page nation option you could do spelling and suggestions. Canon. So we will be having suggestions also, like apart from the products, like So we get to know like extract the sessions and all, like these are other service related provided OTP provided functions. This part is provided one. So this is how we can customize it. Like here what we have done is we created our custom module first, and then we created a custom service for our customizing the set service. It's the custom module, and we define a set service with your custom set service, and in your service, like we supposed to inject all the superclass. We need to extend the OTP class and inject all the services which is your superclass constructor is looking for. Okay, and then call the superclass and override the OTP functions like searching the query. So all these things, all these operations, get display of products and display of suggestions will be part of the search query only.
We have done our customization in the, like, see, this is something like which is just structured, and then we have a swagger, all that is coming into picture, right? There directly we are making a call to our controller, and then we are not doing all this structured way. So we are not using any OTP features. So we constructed our own Angular pages. The difference is, I think, this is a structured way. I mean, like where we have some OTP features all are getting support from hybrids, wherein like so normal components all developed and kept it. So those we are using it. But whereas in our case, like only like we do when the user is searching for it, we'll make a call to Ibris, and then Ibris in turn will make a call to SAP to get all those searched products, right? That's what your question, right?
Yeah.
It will be completely different in the same page, but it is not used the Spartacus. So, but we have just used the Angular and then did it.
So you might be using the vendor F or maybe the HTTP entity to call the respective services, right?
Yeah, we don't override any such. I mean, like we will simply make a call to the controller, and then controller will be doing it call to SAP, and then that SAP, whatever the return result will be agreed structure will be there, and then like that it returns a JSON object that will be rendered and shown in the front end. The requirement is simple. Okay, I want to send one more parameter to the backend. Like so now, currently the call which we saw in the network tab, right? It's making a call to directly search method in the search mapping in the product controller. So I still it has to go to the same method, but we need one extra parameter to identify what kind of search it is. I think that would be there if you go to your GitHub, and then that such component service which Spartacus code is there, right? There it would be there, and then how they are making the call. There probably are to do some extra parameter to your Spartacus service, and then obviously that parameter while making a REST call, you have to add that parameter and then call the controller method.
So as we talked about like customizing of IIT, we will be discussing that. So how can we customize the IIT and what are all things required? So for customizing the IIT, right, we need to copy the assets from the OOTB assets folder. Okay, so let me go and find that assets. So now we have IDNL with assets English also in our local. Okay, so for customizing this, let us create one module. So here in the custom localization, we have to like how we have override any of CMS components, right? Like similar way we have to override IITN also. For that we need to use the config module, and we have to pass the IITN in the structure, and in the structure we have to pass. So this notation will be from the OOTB one only. Like this is how it will be constructed also, like we have done this for our storefront also, right? Here it is the structure. You see, this is for the B2B storefront with config, but that is about the config model. So here we have put it as a backend and OCC to override the OCC. Similar way for I18N, it's supposed to be I18N and it's supposed to be backend. So here we have to mention the load part, okay? So that is where we determine the path of that localized properties. So here we have to determine the path, like in our case, we copied the complete localization into our local, right? So it's supposed to be localhost 4000. So if you give a relative path also, that will also do. I'm just giving the exact path to pick up the assets, right? Here we have to give the language and the namespace name, like which property file it has to be picked up based upon the type of the page, okay, whether it is a cart or order or anything. So that we kept it as a namespace as NS and JSON. So this will eventually pick the respective location while rendering the localized content. Okay. So let me use this one. Like let me use this model, customizing localization model in my list of modules. It's supposed to be the ADM config. So here if you see, right, the structure and all, we put it in the same way like IITN and this is about fallback language. So if you put a fallback language here and we kept the backend, okay, here if you see that, right, the language is the language, NS is for the name of the chunk, the type of the page, the type of the localization property directory that is supposed to refer. It's a kind of a namespace, okay. The same structure we use it. We have to define a config with the I18N config and keep your custom mappings here. Okay, so this is common across multiple locales. Like if you copy paste this one, assets and the assets, right? If you copy here, it is I18 assets launch. Copy the related path. So what we have done is here with the help of I18 config to override the path of that assets that we are referring. So this is the path actually. Example, if you see, right, assets ID in assets and language and namespace. So now you could be able to see like the app module one has taken the highest precedence. So once I comment this out of configuring by 18N, so the base were configured. All the placeholders has come like this is a card detail, card name. So this is a card name. So you go inside this. Let me go to the asset key. So this is how we can do customize by creating the custom module. Okay. So we kept everything here, and here we in our custom module, whatever we created for localization, here is the fallback language also. Let me enable this one and see. So everything will be picking up from the EN only, like based upon whatever we put it in here, like in your custom module, right? So that will eventually take high the precedence and switch to any other local, right? So everything will be like a placeholders on the right. All these things are like managed through localization. So we're supposed to maintain that fallback language while we write your custom this thing. So if you want to override any of the specific set, right, like or maybe if you want to change the name of the particular text box, like something here we are getting is set here, right? So in our localization also we have it. So let me go back. It should not be picked from here, but in case if you want to, okay, so So if you want to take a change of any of the placeholders and all, so you can change it at the JSON file. But in case if you want to do it at your module level also, that is also possible. But thing is, if you are doing it module level, right, you're supposed to manage all the property files, property key values. Like if you're doing for one and left, keeping like left over the other things. For example, like the navigation for this particular search box is like common. This is the common, right? This is the common and search box and placeholder, right? And this is for the EN local. So in the customization localization module, define a constant, okay? Constant as so here we define that same structure, like what is the language and what is a parent namespace name is a common, right? Then what is the inside the common we have a search box and then placeholder. So here we define is the actual value, not the another level tree. So keep that as like this, and then so define a constant here like overriding at module level. Okay, so we define a constant here, and this constant we import it as part of the config module. Okay, so then we would be able to take that. Okay, for let me comment this out. So here we can define the resources also. Let me define the IATM config as using the respective. So if you see this, right, the reference to the translation source that are already been bundled as JSAP. For lazy loading translation, please use the option backend instead. So if you put it in something at the backend, that will be taken as lazy loading. Okay, and this is the translation resources. Like we define a constant here, right? So here we kept that same structuring and define a resource. For this resource, we gave that a particular name, en sets translate. So if you want to override like out of whatever we have it here from the assets, if you want to define something, we need to construct this way, like define a constant here. We will be able to do that. Let me start this already if you can see that. So this is how we can override the module level. So we have one more service called translation service. So for that we have to create a custom like a component inside this localization. So that's where with the help of translation service also we can use the translations for it. Like we have a pipe called 6 translate. So if you define a property, let me show you that also. You'll see that like not sure why this is not okay. It's supposed to pick actually. The localized resource has to be picked up and shown. So now we create one module. Okay, so we create one component in the. So in this particular translation, right, like we can inject the translation service called. So in this translation service, that is something like if you want to translate any of the variable, like this translation service. This is the translation method. Here we have to pass the key basically, like what is the translation that we are using. For example, in the case of, let us take any of the one like part level. There are multiple things like that. So So if you want to override any of the coupon name, like have a coupon, voucher coupon, so let us pass that key, voucher, voucher. So let us define that into a constant called voucher into so we do define a constant as a voucher. Then so let me go to this particular hosting now. So here we can use the voucher and there will be one type called CX translate. You can see not able to. So it will be part of I18N module. Let me check that module also. This is my config module.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary programming language used in Spartacus? Option A, Java. Option B, JavaScript. Option C, TypeScript. Option D, Python. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to master SAP Commerce Spartacus? Our course is here to guide you step by step. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP Commerce Spartacus, your ultimate toolkit for managing supplies efficiently. From ensuring we have enough products to getting them where they need to go, we've got you covered. Our course covers everything you need from the basics to advanced techniques. Crafted by seasoned experts, you're learning from the best. Your instructors are seasoned pros, ready to support your learning journey and address any queries you have. And guess what? Our students love it too. Real people, just like you, have found our course incredibly helpful. Best of all, it's affordable. Quality learning that won't break the bank. Keen to become a SAP Commerce Spartacus Pro? Sign up now on our page. For more details, head over to ZaranTech's website.
It's already been translated, so we can use that direct voucher. And let us keep any of the key, like we have cart common, right? Let me go to find the cart related, any of the cart items ID in my com. So if you want to translate it this way, cart item load very. See, so if you define this way, like it has to be. This is your low-level traverse to that particular localized property. So if you want to represent any of the thing, so we have to translate this. So currently we injected this module and we are not referring to any of the, what you say, like component, right? Like we are not overriding of anything. So just get use of the translation. So in this way, like either we use the translation service in your component by passing the respective key of that particular property file and get that particular value, or add that I18N module or to your existing customization module and use the translate pipe. Okay, so that will do the same thing actually. I mean, like what the translation service is taking. So instead of, again, we initialize that the translation service and all, try using the CX translate. Okay. To inject the respective module, you'll be able to get all the features of IoT on one IoT and module related provided services. So primarily the common labels will be put it into the IoT. So translation in the sense, in the backend team, they are going to take care and send the respective names and all. Okay, if you see the particular category name, they change it to something. Okay, if you switch to English, it will be like power adapters and all. So these things in the backend, they when they construct it, they'll change it. Okay, so that's in primarily it's about IIT Indian, like how we can do that customization.
Okay, that's I think Vamsi. So when we pass the language specific, so then backend will return on the respective language data to front end with if doesn't have, then it will return English fallback mechanism. Yeah.
You can do hard copy also, like you can, if you're using terminal and all, you can do CP command. Okay, so I'm not putting that, you can directly copy it from the NPM, the Spartacus localized. If you find that exact location of that file, you'll be able to copy that. And second thing is create a module. With the GGM conversion and include the config in the config module. So once we inject the IIT name, override the backend path. I think that's the backend path. Backend board path. Board path. And select the new asset location and value from the on okay into custom path. Okay. So here one thing we have to do is just add the custom module. So when we create a module, right, just by default we ensure like you'll be adding it to app module. Okay? I'm not writing in all the times all these things, but just to mention like when we are going for a component and module creation and service creation. And the custom module to module. Hope that is clear, right? Once into
Yeah.
define its format language. The module level changes. component is to service. Maybe in case if you're using, I mean, like that is no longer really required actually. So if you're using the IITN module, right, you no need to worry about that. So you'll be having the basic things like translations and all as part of your CX translate pipeline. You can directly use them. Maybe I can share across this note so like anything team like you want to bring up maybe something from the back end, right? We will be getting the data in the encoded format. Okay. So for example, if we take a product. Assume from the back end, like from the OCC call, if we get any of the product information, so what we'll be getting is the encoded format. So with the help of normalizers, we are going to translate that and use it as part of non-normalized, like we will be seeing, we will be able to see the decoded part. Okay. So this is our application, Spartacus application. And here we are going to convert that with the help of decoded information. So with the help of normals, we can add more fields also. Like we can add any of the product related information as part of the normalizing. Apart from routing, right? Those that is from the request part. Like this is from the response. By the time it renders, right? You can get use of the normalizers and translate that to the respective what is it decoded format. Okay, so let us create a service for it and then So for implementing normalizer, this so for this we use the G service custom normalizer. Let us keep custom name. So as we are doing for product, right? That is a custom product normalizer, name normalizer. Yeah, here is one thing like my local is not up and running my commerces. Meantime, we can do a config like we have a OOTD storefront, right? This is for the training site, which is already there in cloud. So we'll get use of this particular, I mean the commerce URL. Let me reload this one. Let me go to my custom routing. So here in the app module, right, we kept that with the backend OCC, right? Here I'm not going to use my local string. So instead I'm using my, like the base site, and the demo site, we have one mapping state. All these demo site services are being run through this particular URL. So I'm using that one then, okay, because my local is not up and running. So I created a service, okay. So here we have to write our logic in the normalizer, okay. Let me open the custom. Okay, in this service, right, like we have to implement the uh, converter. We have a in commerce and right, we will be having a concept of converter. So that will be try convert your backend what to say like the model class like which is coming from the DAO to the and it will be translated to the front end data bean object. Okay. So similar way we have to for creating your custom normalizer site we have to do implement a converter here, and for that we need to pass the OCC product again. So as we are doing a normalization of product, right, we need to pass the OCC product and the product of data class. Like for Spartacus also we'll be having a product, like we have done a couple of things like as when we go to the custom product or responsive banner, maybe for static content, right? If you see, like we observed a few of the things like order entry, okay, looking. So this is a part of your Spartacus core. Similar way, for page will also be part of your Spartacus core. So product will be part of, let me add here. Okay. And this converter import also. So once we define this converter, right, we have to override the convert method. Okay. So where we will translate the product information coming from the backend by replacing any of the value. Like for this, we have to pass two attribute, two parameters. One is the source, that is like OCC product. Okay, and second thing is target. The target is our product actually. So this way we could able to access both of the backend product and the to our custom product. Okay, we translate them with the product. Here we will be assume if the name is having. So what we are reading is from the source, like from the backend product name. We are reading the name, okay, from the backend product. So what we are trying to set is, so here is the target name. We are reading from the source name and replace all the spaces with the underscore. Okay. Yeah, this is a custom search module use. So here if you see, we define this is the provider service and this is the respective replacing of our custom code. Similar way, we have to route our OOTB service to call, pick up our service to do the, what we say, the conversion of the product to the respective target item. Okay. So for that, we have to define a provider here. Provide is a keyword like this, common for everything. This is for, there are a couple of a set of constants available, like we have a product normalizer. Okay, this is a, if you see, this is a part of your Spartacus code. Okay. So here if you see, inject any and get the product related. For all the product related injections and all, we use this one. For this, we have to pass the our custom service that we have created. Let me go to our custom service. let me run this one. Might be my storefront might be a little slow because of the we are referring to the already existing the demo site services, right? Like maybe we might see a little delay. That configuration we can keep. If you want to point to any other environment, right? So you can do that in this way. You define your base URL and prefix. If for the backend team, right, if they want to test any of the service, they can leverage Postman to see like how things are appearing for the request parameters. So that's the one way, like, because if something might, your front-end Spartacus module might not ready, right? In some of the cases, if they're parallelly doing a development, in such case, for your all your unit testing, you can rely on Postman for testing. This is the actual keyword actually. That is, while we are defining a provider site to support multiple providers, we're supposed to define that as a multi-throw. That's a keyword that I've referred in there. Try to find out in that particular OOTD service. We go to the app now, the provider section. Let me comment that editing and module. 6 routing. So we are switching back to the OOTD one, okay, for the localization point. So if we go to any of the URL like, so we have so here if you see all the blank spaces are replaced with our custom text that we kept it here. Okay. So in URL also, if you give the product name, let me go back to our custom routing. This is the app modified. Let me go to the custom routing. So in the last file, the default custom routing, like let me open this one. So in the routing config, right, we saw the product is mapped with the name, right? So if you go to any of the product, this has, when we keep it as a second one, right, that will take the lower precedence. Like If you want to take it higher, just keep it at the top. It's not picking that name, but we have that name attribute in our default routing config. Let me see. It's about product components. Same structure. Same structure. Same structure routing default one. Here we see like product code and name also. Product code. For some reason it is not appearing, but it's supposed to. Let me comment out our custom one and see like if it is appearing or not. And this is a fallback. Okay. So let me, here if you see right now the name is appearing with respect to the replacing of the particular characters. Like if you go back and comment out in our app module, right? If you take out that providers, so here it will come like something with the spaces. Similar way as we implemented the service and the provider. So the existing OOTP functionality that this will replace with the common characters. Okay. So if you keep that as a in our service, let's go back to our service. Keep that as a display of underscore as a hyphen. So this product code will be translated to the name will be translated with a specific characters that will. Same case with while we define a category also. Okay, let me go back to the category. We'll see like how we can do that. For category also we can define the normalizers. We'll define a params for minimum for whatever. Let me click this one. Set me another design and done. So we define a name for environment here. So whatever we define in our custom docking, exactly what it is, not existing. We define that. So if you define this particular param mapping with a name, right? If you define the name for URL, that will eventually pick that particular one. These are the constants available. Let me define this name history and we'll use that. So here we could able to see the name is been properly replaced with, but if you see here, like we see the URL with the uncode format, right? Let me go back. Let's, let's see like what is appearing. So here if you see, right, like whatever the things that we kept, like from the source, if we are getting any name with the space, we are replacing with the hash, right? So that we defined into a target name HTML. So there are a couple of attributes against a product in the front end if we can use it, like, so what we have done in our custom routing, let me go back and show you. So in our custom routing, we have mapped uh, the product code. Along with that, we map the name HTML. Okay, that's where we define in our service, right? For the product name or normalization, product name normalization, we replace that space with a hash and we set it to the target. Like in case of any of the data changes that is coming from the service, like from the OCC, if you are getting any product information, we can get use of the normalizers, okay, either to make it to or to your custom thing, like if you want to assume if you have some content coming up which is coming like a forward slash and all, which is coming as encode format, in case if you want to replace that, right, you can use this particular normalizer. Okay, so now we set that value to name HTML. In our custom routing, we added the name HTML as a query parameter. So then we could able to see that particular spaces are being translated with our unique code. Like a similar way, we can get use of the normalizers. Okay. Yeah, yeah, and apart from decoding URL, that's a, if you see there are list of attributes at product model, right? Product data. So if you go into this product interface, we have available for pickups. This is a boolean, a rating and all. The rating altogether, yeah, this is a number. There will be average rating and all also. This is the average rating only, right? And we have price. Any of the content, if you want to translate it based upon a large logic, okay, so you can use the normalization concept. So primarily that will be, your normalizer will be called at the time of when you translate, I mean like when your data is about to render. Like you will be getting a data from the OCC layer. But if in the particular component, if you want to change that to, if this is the thing, then change it to this particular content, or maybe you do the data massage. So such scenarios, you can use that. So kind of what you say, like common mechanism. This normalizer is supposed to be common across each and every this thing. Even you can keep a conditions inside your normalizer, but primarily while before rendering the data, this normalizer will kick in, and with the help of the logic that we kept and we use the attributes, we can render the content accordingly. Not only URL, here we are referring the name in the parameters, right? In our custom routing, we kept only the name. So in case if your data while representing you, okay. So let me go to our custom routing. Here we use the name HTML, right? Where we set that particular property in our service. So in other case, you might be doing a correction on your description. Okay, you don't need to keep it here, like by the time rendering the content itself, from the OCC layer, assume you're getting some description ABC. So you want to append something on top of it. Okay. So in such case, if you use the normalizer, right, which is common across all the pages, so that will be added to your existing product description. Set the same thing back to the target description. Like if you go here, right, source dot description. So here you will be getting some description value. So that will be a string. So you are going to correct something, or maybe doing some operation on it, or maybe based upon the condition, or maybe based upon the code and all, you're doing something. You can do that and set back to the target dot description. So this is where you can operate. Here we use this particular normalizer to replace any of the what is it, like spaces with a hyphen and all, but not that is not the ultimate objective. Like if you want to make something some operation on top of your OCC data or make your URL SEO optimized and all, we can get use of the normalizers. See what itself is not file. Okay. So we could be able to get the from the source, right? We can define any of the variable and get use of that categories information and replace it in the category, like for product, similar to product also. We will be having one category here. This is the variant category. So we're supposed to refer the variant categories only. So here we have to, if you want to change any of the name, right, we can get use of that variant category name and all. So in such a way, like we can normalize the category related names also. Okay. But we will be obviously like consuming the OCC product related service response and translate that in our what you say, the custom normalizer. So for that we have to create one more normalizer service, okay, or maybe you can use the same service, uh, or you can create a separate service as well. If you have multiple things, right, we need to define that multiple true in our app module TS, right, like the provider here. We define a provider here, right? So let me. So we can define a one more provider for category normal service. So that's all. Like if we copy paste this particular service and read that respective category information and set it to the respective attribute and use it in your like any of the thing, any of the content that's been represented, or maybe any of the URL parameters that is come, the URL parameters, if something is referring in the category code and all, right? So you can use that. So what we have to do is in the parents mapping, right? So we have to do one kind of a change in the, let me open the app module. It's in custom routing, right? We kept all our custom things in custom routing. So here we have a list of product related routings, okay, for category related. This is for the product, okay. So if you're defining category, what will do, we keep C as a category, and respective other things are like mandatory things are category code. So we can get this particular, what is the mandatory attribute from your default module TS file, like we have this default routing configured. From here you can get that, okay. In that way, like if you pass the additional attribute instead of category code, right? So if you define your custom variable, like maybe a first category, okay. So if you define first category, so this is supposed to be mapped with your normalizer. Okay, this is supposed to be populated with your normalizer. So in your solution, maybe you'll be having your custom and storefront. All this content and all will be managed. I mean, like all the controllers will be managed in your SRC, like in your controllers, right? CMS related, pages related, everything. Okay, for product features, like if you take the product feature component, you'll be having respective controller mappings, right? This is for custom components. Okay, let me open any of the cart page control. Okay, this is for your cart page, but on the all your responses, like storefront ones and all, you'll keep it maintained at web layer underscore UI. So all your JSS and all, you'll keep it here, right? This is the cart JS, this is for cart. So respective page JSS, you'll keep it here. You completely, this will no longer exist actually. So all these things will no longer exist. If you see this GUID authentication success handler, so creating a cookie and all on authentication success, what are all things has to happen. So all these things, they will not be existing in your, what they say, like a solution of Commerce and Spartacus. this module itself will no longer exist. So we created one of the service with ng normalizer, right? Let me go back to service again. First thing is in the service implement converted with OCC product. Right now, the respective value set it to the this product. While setting into target product, do the translation of process the response from OCC. If we are adding some custom attributes to product, extend the product interface and add the custom attributes by translating the translation instead of using service. Or get the product response. This is, this is about service level, and then one more thing is about app module. Have the custom normalized to the product normalized. And one more thing is in custom routing, define a variable with define a variable and use existing variable with the populated value. Custom product normalizer. Let me add that also in the custom routing. Custom routing. Okay. Custom routing model into the existing modules. Okay. So let us understand like how the flow between commerce to the the Spartacus to the commerce will happen and how that's being translated, the response will be translated. For this, let us take any of the existing controller mappings. Like we have a product page, we have a pages controller for serving all the content page related. So, and then we have a product related controller also, right? So let us take the products controller, so the lightweight one, and then we'll see like what all the services been available. Okay, once we map, I mean like we expose services from OCC to the Spartacus end, right? So we give the respective mapping, like it's supposed to be product slash product code, like this is the base site ID products slash product code. So eventually this product code, we read it from the path parameters. Okay, you go back, this is the path variable, right? So from the path variable, we will be reading that product code. Okay, this is for reviews. And let us go back. We see the product related. Okay, we see the product related information. So we have an existing service, right, which will eventually get product for core and option. Okay, so we have if you go inside this, right, so we will be calling few of the OTP service, like product service we have. So that will give you the product model, we pass it to the product converter. So that will give you the product data. So still here, right, it will be based upon your custom logic. Like if you are appending any of the existing I mean like to the existing populators, you can add multiple populators to it, like so we have a modified populator list, right? If you want to add custom things, right? For a product converter, you can keep it here. This is a card converter. Okay. So similar way, you will be having a product converter also. So for a product converter, if you add your custom populator, like to enrich your maybe product data, so you'll be adding this Spring configuration. I hope you're aware of this, right? Like this is all about how you update your product data with respect to custom logic, like apart from out of box. So we are seeing few of the out of box topics. So that's, I mean, like we see few of the custom topics. Before that, we understand how out of box works. Okay, so I mean, like Lavanya, so you aware of this, right? Till here.
Yeah.
So you will be getting the product data after you populate everything. So once we get it right, there will be similar kind of bean definition on your what do you say, the product data. We supposed to define a beans for product WSDTO also. So we use the data mapper. Okay, here we pass the product data to the respective WSDTO. Okay, so so it is a kind of a complete copy of product data to the WSDTO. So you can extend this to the additional attributes also. For example, if you open that WSDTO, so there will be list of tags here. Okay, so tags associated to the products. In product data also, you'll be seeing the similar kind of attribute. Tags with the set of strings. So this is one of the example I'm telling. But in case if you want to enrich this a WSDTO also, so you can do that, like if you open any of them. So here is the configuration. Like in Commerce Cloud Web Services, we have this bean definition for this the particular class, and we have this list of attributes. Okay. So tags also you can see it here. So if you see that this is a set of tags. Okay. So if in case if you want to extend this, right, so for example, if you see Chinese commerce web services, so we have a time access promotion. So that is been added to the WSDTO of timed access promotion. It is not been picked up because of the, I think we are not using that extension. Okay. This is there in a Chinese commerce web services extension. Okay. So in case if you keep the bean with the adding a new property here, you can add that to the existing list of attributes. Okay. So once you add it, right, so your data class also supposed to be updated with the respective attribute. So you need to update your beans.xml of the product data. This is in commerce websites, okay? So here also we will be having tags, okay, if you see. So we have to update your beans.xml. Along with that, we have to define your WSDTO to do the copy of your data class to your respective DTO response. Okay. So all these things like what are the logic that you are going to write it, you can write it in your custom populator only. Like if you are extending or maybe creating a custom populator, extending an existing one, like I showed you, right? Modified populator list we have. So either that way or creating your custom populator, you call it in, as part of your ODB list of converter. Okay. So in such a way, like by the time you create this particular DTO, it's supposed to have that custom attributes. Then you will be able to copy that. So here there is a catch actually. In the WSDTO also, we have different, this is for product WSDTO, right? I'll show you one of the things that will help you to, I mean, if you need a full information of that, we need to pass few other parameters, whether we need a full set of WSDTO or not. So this is a B2B Spring XML configuration. So there is a level mapping here. Like if you see what are all the attributes supposed to be mapped and all, this will also, if you, let's say level mapping. So if you see this one, right, like we have a list of attributes. This is for CMS component, get the required attributes. Okay, what are all the fields required? So if I go back to the OCC Spring configuration, we have basic, default and full length, full list of attributes. Like all the product references are needed. Like it depends upon how we are making the, what is it, the component lightweight. So what are the primary information for PLP and all, the stock name based product? I mean, like for PLP, we need name, price, and rating, right? I think those three are the primary criteria, apart from media, the thumbnail image of that particular product. So similar way, if you define this particular levels, right, level mapping, so by the time what we pass, like the basic or the default or full, accordingly the response will attribute, I mean, like it will give you the information. So in our cases, like while we are accessing a PDP, we will be getting everything like product references, summary, classification, average rating. We see that, okay, purchase volume, prices, and for these attributes also we will be having a, whether we need it a full or default. So while we are rating, so we're supposed to follow this structure, like what is the field set level mappings. So for each DTO, or what is the DTO class and what is the level mapping for it. Accordingly, the response will be picked up. So if you see any of the OTP thing, right, you'll come to know what is the, this is for CMS component type data mapping. Let me fields. So if you see here, right, we are defining a bean with the name of CMS component. Here, if you see basic, if you pass basic, you'll get a code IITN key and name. Okay. So this way, like you can determine the level of attributes. You get it. This is one of the key point, like we're supposed to ensure while we are writing your OCC. Any questions, team?
Yeah, we'll hear you.
Yeah. So this is how, what are the attributes we supposed to copy, and how the copy from the your data class to your WSDT will happen with the help of data mapper. So here is the data mapper. I think this has been provided by this OCC level only. This is OOTB provided data mapper. You can directly, it will directly copy from your bean to WSDT. Okay. If you, there is one more controller, I'll show you various controller. So if you see here, right, we send the page type, along with that we pass the page label or ID. Okay. So if you go into this facade, this is a common call to get the page information. So here if you see, there is a rendering services, we are calling it. But if you see, there will be, this is for validation, required validation, required parameters validation. So we get the page ID here. So let's take this one. There is one place where we define these pages are all common across category, content and all, right? So there will be one strategy, so which will determine the list of strategies. Like in Spring XML, we will determine list of strategies, and accordingly we will do the redirecting to the right page type. Page type. Find first and then restriction data. This is for the restriction data. Yeah, these are all the suppliers actually. We see CMS page redirect suppliers. Okay, so here there are multiple beans have been defined, right? So if I see this in there. So here if you see the page redirection strategy, so here is the list of redirection suppliers. There we pass the page type. Okay, let me go to the type mapping. So here, if you see, right, there is a get rendering page suppliers. Okay, so this is where we get the list of suppliers. So this is the strategy will be called up like if you see this in XML. So this is the rendering page suppliers. Okay, so this is the map. So we get a catalog page, category, content, and product related. This is where we determine like which page render is supposed to be picked up and render that particular page. It will be at the beginning only. Like if you see, like let us go into this particular column. Okay, so we get a pages, right? So this is the call get page data. Inside that we are calling the rendering service, and inside that we are calling the get page model. We are passing the page type. So here itself we will be getting the respective map. Okay, from the map we are comparing based upon the type of the string that we are passing. Okay, and getting the respective page model, or else throw, I mean, like in case if it is not found, we are throwing an exception here. Are you clear with this pages and product related controller mappings?
Hey there, ready to master SAP Commerce Spartacus? Our course is here to guide you step by step. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP Commerce Spartacus, your ultimate toolkit for managing supplies efficiently. From ensuring we have enough products to getting them where they need to go, we've got you covered. Our course covers everything you need from the basics to advanced techniques. Crafted by seasoned experts, you're learning from the best. Your instructors are seasoned pros, ready to support your learning journey and address any queries you have. And guess what? Our students love it too. Real people, just like you, have found our course incredibly helpful. Best of all, it's affordable. Quality learning that won't break the bank. Keen to become a SAP Commerce Spartacus Pro? Sign up now on our page. For more details, head over to ZaranTech's website.